I call this meeting of the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District School Board to order at 5:02 p.m. Public to address the board on closed session agenda items. To submit a question or comment on a closed session item, please complete the speaker card by the start of the board meeting at 5 p.m. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Then we are going to move to item number 3. We're going to convene to close session and we'll return at approximately 6:15 p.m. So convene to close session. Redwood Shores School District School Board to order. We're reconvening to open session at 6:19 p.m. Could everyone please stand for the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 6 is announcements report on the closed session. There are no announcements from the closed session. Item number 7, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. And and also to announce that we are recording tonight's meeting.
Before we approve agenda and consent agenda, 2 changes. In board bylaws 9321, it references Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 is an internal document that assists the administrative staff in properly agendizing closed session. It's an internal document. We'll amend that policy to state as required by law, period. And then second, in the minutes, we shared it was Belmont PAC 83 that joined us last meeting. It was actually Belmont Troop 27. We want to make sure we recognize the right group of kiddos. So two adjustments.
Great, thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda and consent agenda with modifications?
I move the board approves the agenda and consent agenda with modifications.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Koss and Mr. Leinbach. All in favor of approving the agenda and consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. Item number 8, speakers wishing to address the board. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. The board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. The board has established guidelines for its meetings so that we're able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. Within those guidelines, members of the public have the opportunity to address the board. To submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the open session at 6:15 p.m. You may see Ms. Ellinger for a speaker card at this time. During the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. If you're addressing the board on an agenda item, we will call on you to provide your comment before the board discusses that item on the agenda. If you're addressing the board on a non-agenda item, we will take those comments at this time. Please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting on or discussing non-agenda item matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person per topic. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment on non-agenda items?
President Northrop, no, there are not. They are all for item 12.
Okay, they're all for item 12. Great. Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Okay, thank you. So in a little bit, we will get to item 12 and then we welcome everybody's public comments at that time. Item number 9 is the Board of Trustees report. Anyone want to go first?
You know, I always feel like third. I'll go first.
Thank you, Trustee Bruno.
I don't have a report. Yeah, it's March. Happy Pi Day and all of that entails. In the meantime, since the last board meeting, I've been part of kind of some classes, Masters in Governance for board, moving with people in other districts, talking about lots of processes to HR and finance, and just doing some kind of deep learning to hone that which is this work, and therefore makes me appreciate how awesome we do as a district, and also in some of our kind of tension and friction and how we manage that, and how I'm hearing that it's managed in some of our much larger and actually much smaller districts. And so we're doing some good work just around this desk here and all of our sites in our community. And that's other people's words and my own sentiments in these breakout rooms. I've been on campuses watching conferences and book fairs go around, which is always nice. We had a reading power recently, but now lots of students are really excited about books and stickers and pens and other sticky things, which has been great. Also, it's Women's History Month, and I both am part of education here and work in education, which is a field full of really dope women, like the ones in this room and our president. I just want to give that some airtime and respect for what the history and the present and all that is. And yeah, I look forward to more months of this.
Thank you, trustee Bruno. Any other next volunteer?
I just want to echo some of the comments of just being part of the PTA events and seeing the book fairs take place, and I also want to thank the community member. I was actually looking up the person who for the matching, because that was exquisite. I'm very proud of the community when School Force sent out an announcement saying that one of our corporate partners was going to match up to $50,000 if we could come up with the same matching. And we actually exceeded it with 64,000 as a community for those days leading up to it. I'm just very proud that of the engagement level of our community to be able to make to raise the money to be able to make, you know, the people and the people and programs in place that we need in the School Force, and we thank them for that, for constantly reaching out to all parts of our community to think outside the box to get them to do that. I would also just encourage the upcoming, you know, annual event, the auction and gala. Karen and I have our tickets, and she's already picked out a snazzy outfit, so I need to step up to the plate. This I might be left at home. She'll take somebody else. But I wanted to just the effort the School Force and by representing the community makes on a year basis to really keep the momentum up, to keep all our kids in mind. And so I really want to encourage you to please continue to support School Force in whatever that means to you. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Koss. Mr. Leinbach?
Yes, thank you. I'll go before all my topics are taken. So I echo my colleagues here. One thing, I see a lot of our staff and teachers in the audience tonight, and one of the topics I want to talk about was how so many of them go the extra mile to make sure we have great student programs and achievement. And it doesn't get recognized all the time. However, now is your chance because the San Mateo County School Boards Association is having their Kent Awards coming up. And Superintendent, I encourage you to remind all of our staff to put their applications in. They're due March 29th. So I know a lot of you, and thank you all of the staff out here doing an excellent job for our kids. So so get those applications in, and then we look forward to seeing you on the stage when you win the awards. And that will be it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Leinbach. Dr. Howard.
I want to recognize the efforts of School Force and the importance of that organization in our school districts. Please get your donations in. We are doing pretty well. We can always do better. School Force is the mechanism by which we're able to put counselors in our schools with our plan to expand to every school. Having dedicated counselor, librarians, science teachers, grants for our educators, and many more things. And all of this stuff is things that we take for granted, that we can't take for granted in the climate of our California's budget and how much we actually spend on schools. So thank you very much, School Force, for everything that you do, and all donors. And please, if you haven't donated yet, please donate, whether you get your disco on or some other problem. Mechanism, I guess. Problem may be the disco outfits. I also want to congratulate Ralston and Sabrina Alver for becoming a California Distinguished School this year. Pretty awesome. Not something that comes around every day. And there was also several students within our district that were winners in our poetry and writing contest at Belmont's annual Black History Month poetry and writing contest. So congratulations to those students. In addition, I want to remind people that the Dominique Hoskins Black History Museum, which is founded and run by a resident of Belmont. Her name's. If you haven't ever been, please go. Thing to experience, and I'm always very proud of the work that Carolyn does. And beyond that, I'm going to surrender the rest of my time in the interest of time.
Thank you, Trustee Howard. For my board report, just echoing my colleagues, lots of appreciation to the staff, of course, teachers and staff for everything you do. Also, lots of appreciation to School Force for all of, and the parent donors for all of the funding they provide that enable us to give the high quality education that we provide. And just for what things I've been involved in is I was happy and fortunate to be able to go to a couple of brown bag listening sessions with the staff members. And that was great to hear from the staff about challenges and successes that they're having. And that is it. And then we'll move on to item number 10, the superintendent's report.
Right. Good evening, everyone. A couple things I'll just note. Let's see where to start. Kudos to Ralston, received a notice end of last week that they received the California Distinguished School. It's a non-application now. The state does their magic, looks at continued growth and high performance. And Ralston is receiving the award this year. It's interesting, the state does alternate year over year. This year was a middle school, a strictly middle school or intermediate school year. Next year will be an elementary school, which also includes our K-8 schools. So this year, Ralston was actually the only school eligible, and we're excited that they received that award. So I believe the celebration is in Anaheim, May 8th. So we'll be working with the team to see about attending that. Also, this past week, we did some work with our PTAs and School Force. We brought in a facilitator, Allison, who did a phenomenal job of really doing a listening session with PTAs and School Force. The idea behind that is the district is incredibly grateful for that ongoing support, financial support from School Force, community support and financial support from PTAs. And really it's these two entities coming together that really push our district forward and allow our students to have second to none opportunities. And we're really grateful. As we look to renew that fundraising partnership year over year, we're starting with aligning and looking at our beliefs, renewing that foundation across all of our organizations. We're doing that with a facilitator, and this was we finished our listening sessions next week and taking the next step 2 weeks from now with some combined efforts. A lot of good work happening there. I'll also mention kind of a weird, kind of a satisfying highlight of the last month is CVO Bao and I got a couple of complaints about our lunch program. And I say it was a highlight because we had a student council president from Fox send me an email, and he really wasn't complaining. He just said, something to the effect of, "Dear Mr. DeGuara, I'm the new president of Fox. As part of my campaign, I promised that I would share feedback about the lunch program." He's a smart politician, sharing feedback, not making promises to change. Can we schedule some time with you? And at Sandpiper, I got a text from Principal Higgins, actually Rui, and I got a text one night, and it was a picture of a petition signed by about, I don't know how many, Rui, 50, 60 kids.
Yeah.
About wanting to provide feedback and change our current vendor. And we actually embraced it. We worked with our partner Shufflables. We reached out to them and said, hey, we have 2 student groups that want to give feedback. Are you interested in partnering with us and talking with our students? They said, sure, we're always looking to make improvements, to make changes. The Fox students did a great job presenting. We did some taste testing with them. We unveiled our plan for a couple new menu items in April. And then when we went to Sandpiper, they said, yeah, we did this petition to change vendors, but we really mean we want to give feedback. So they changed their wording a bit, provided some great feedback, great insight. They were excited. They were excited about the changes. They thought the muffin sampling that they did was great. They told us a couple that they wanted more of. Just it was nice to see that energy from our students and that agency. Not an invitation to the other 5 schools, but definitely with this. The other thing I'll just say is just for CBO Bao and I, like we talk about calorie counts, they even went into more depth. There's carb balancing, there's actually balancing the colors that are on the tray and their cycle of vegetables. And when you're doing this ingredient, you can't do this ingredient. It was pretty complex. So actually one of the outcomes of the student engagement, there was talk about students doing a video or some kind of a presentation. So stay tuned for that. We'll see what comes out. But it was just a good example of our kids showing agency and taking a role. And I think I'll leave it at that for tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Jaguara. Next item on the agenda is number 11, School Spotlight on Cipriani Elementary School. And we'll have the principal, Sheila Walters.
Thank you, Board of Trustees, Mr. Jaguara, District Leadership, and distinguished guests. I'm Sheila Walters, proud principal of Cipriani Elementary. I'm a pleasure to share a little bit about our school this evening. So here's just a brief infographic about Cipriani. We have 485 young scholars currently. We have 30 certificated staff, and that includes itinerant and part-time staff as well, and 15 wonderful classified staff members. We are one connected and caring community, and I hope that comes through in my presentation tonight. And just a fun fact, our elevation is 476 feet. You know, I had to balance out the infographics. This may seem kind of trivial, but a couple changes we made this year is to, in a realm of providing a safe and calm school climate, is we eliminated midday bells. So we use whistles for outdoor signals for students to go inside or come out. But we do have one midday bell. This just, I did this at my school in my prior position when we came back from the pandemic. We felt that it was just a calming sense, just a little thing, but it really made a difference. And I think it is now. And then we changed up we staggered our lunch a little bit. As you can see, grades 1 and 2 come out now at 12 instead of 12:15. And you can see by the little symbols there, what's happening is students are interchanging between lunch, eating and then playing, and then lining up to go inside. So this just engenders more safety out on our playground because we have so many students, and less combining of the littles and the larger kids, just for safety reasons and just quantity of kids, right, in certain spaces. So just wanted to share with you little changes that we made early on the year to, again, be more safe and calm on our during our lunch recess. So I'll be addressing the parts of the strategic plan this evening. And I want to start on belonging and inclusion. Our theme this year is making connections. And for me, as a new administrator and new to the school, new to the district, It's really important to build those relationships and those circles of trust and get to know one another, right? So the first time I was together with our staff at Oracle, we did some things to get to know one another. The teachers took a quiz about me. And then I shared some things, and then they got a chance to improve their score. Which they do. And we also did something called Prayer, a Colleague. And in the 4 quadrants of the paper that we had in front of us were just aspects of ourselves and characteristics. And we there's pictures of ourselves lining up around the room there and sharing a little bit about our partner and their characteristics and some commonalities that we have that we share. And then we played, I gave them playtime. It's always good as a teacher to give playtime, exploration time before you get into the real, serious stuff. And we played with these little magna people, again, to make connections. So everybody got a set of 3 magna people to just symbolize our theme. And then we took that back, or I took that back to the school, and we did something, again, making connections, and we involved our classified staff with this one called hexagonal thinking, where everybody takes a hexagon and the 6 triangles there, again, sharing something about themselves. And they had to connect it to at least one other triangle. And that's the formation that we made. And that's up in our staff room to, again, remind us of the connections that we have to one another. And I'll talk more about what these EDGE protocols is. And then one of the first things I did was I gave a presentation on our PBIS school-wide expectations in every single classroom. And I customized it for each of the grade levels. Again, to get my face out there to make connections with our students. So I can get to know them, they can ask me questions, they see that I'm a real person and everything else. And the importance too is to emphasize the school roles at the beginning of the school year. So we're all on the same page. Another way I think we connect with our students and they connect with school is our Kent Award winning garden is still going and it's improving. And we have a set of 5th graders that dedicate their time, their recesses to care for the garden. They also team up, mostly 5th graders team up with the TK students, and they partner and they teach the TK students how to take care of the garden. The lower left picture there is something really cool. One of our teachers got a school force innovation grant and is planting a native plant garden out in our C wing facing the playground. And a few weeks back, the soil and the rock was delivered and it was raining. It was kind of crazy. But what was really inspirational about it was the kids took charge and the adults kind of went, whoa, they set up an assembly line. You see them with their buckets there. And one thing I just want to stress is that at Cipriani, we really take opportunities for students to show their leadership in different ways, not just in the classroom. And then finally, our art cart, that gives an option to students during their unstructured time during recess to explore art if they don't feel like doing physical activity during that time. And just continuing with the belonging inclusion, I really like to involve students in our Friday morning meetings. They take leadership and share about holidays that are coming up and do some speeches. And you see there in the upper right, they're giving a high paw. You might have heard of a high five, but we have high paws, and they are recognizing birthday kiddos each week. We also have a green team. Again, a group of 4th and 5th graders that take it upon themselves to help us with recycling twice a week. And they take pride in that. And I understand they have some fun Earth Day activities planned coming up next month. And then also our buddy program. Again, an opportunity for our older kids to shine, to be leaders in the classroom, to make those connections with younger buddies. And moving on to well-rounded learners, thinking about all of our students as children and engaging them with academic, social, emotional skills, et cetera. So EDGE protocols, I just put this together because it might sound very nebulous to you if you are not familiar with them, but something that I've been trained in, and I'm wearing my Hot Shot pin tonight that I earned a couple summers ago. So I'm trained in this with the authors of this program. Well, it's not even a program. These are basically teaching and learning frames. Okay. And so just like a picture frame you have at your house, you keep the frame, especially if it's really nice, right? But you interchange the pictures. to put in the frame. These are teaching and learning frames that can be used in all content areas. Once the students learn the frame, you can just place the content within the frame and they become really independent. They become confident. A lot of the frames address multiple standards. They leverage really high, powerful strategies that teachers are already working on and learning. Some of them can be done, a lot of them can be done using technology, particularly Google Slides. And so students build their tech skills as well. They're very teacher friendly. Teachers, once they get the repetitions going, that's why it's called reps. They can lessen their grading. It's called grading by walking around. And they're also really fun. I've had kids like shout and scream for these things. I mean, believe it or not, it's really cool. And I just have some examples for you here. At the top, we're working on 8 parts, which is looking at the parts of grammar and going from left to right. There's one for kinder, one for, I would say, grade 2, 3. And then we have a picture of a student doing poetry parts on their Chromebook. And at the bottom, similarly, but in mathematics, this is represented ways to represent numbers multiple ways. One for kinder and one for about grade 3. And I could go on and on about these. I won't tonight, but if you want to find out more, talk to me. So I would say that we're doing like a soft rollout this year, and then we have plans for next year, which I'll cover. And at the top is just a couple of pictures of the EDU protocols in action. One with our TK students, they're learning the number 2 and representing that in multiple ways. And then the other picture is a 3rd grade student up in front of her class, demonstrating how she interpreted her 3-digit number. The bottom left is just showing one of our School Force Innovation Grants. Our TK teacher has put together backpacks that the students take home each week, and they are STEM related. They are SEL lessons, language arts. And the students take home the kits. They work with their parents to complete the activities. They journal. There's a journal included in each of the kits. And they bring it back the next week and check out another backpack. It's helping our TK students learn about homework and that process of bringing something back and forth to school. And then finally, and then I'll continue on the other slide, we have extended learning opportunities with our assemblies. We've had assemblies on water conservation, on animal science, on physical science, solids, liquids, and gases recently. And then we also had our Try It truck come out from the Bay Area Discovery Museum, and that had our students engage in the engineering process and hands-on activities just to further their science education. And I just want to give kudos to our PTA who support these programs, as well as our assemblies committee that we have made up of teachers. And then going into community engagement, again, making connections with each other. We have Walk to School Wednesdays once every Wednesday, the first Wednesday of each month. And that's when students can walk to school with their families. A lot of our staff participate as well. There is a competition for the golden sneakers for 2nd and 3rd place that are given that following Friday morning meeting. And whoever has the highest percentage of participants that particular day. So rain or shine, that happens each Wednesday, the first Wednesday of each month. We have our Wildcat Walk and Carnival, where we all have our matching shirts. We engage in some fun walking and running with music on the lower field, and then we go up to the blacktop to enjoy some carnival games and trucks, and that's a tradition at Cipriani. And then what was really special for me, my first interaction with the community was at the TK and Kinder date. And so that was really special. And I think that's a really good tradition that we have here in BRSSD. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to hear my voice anymore. So let's take a break and let's hear from some VIPs. Please come up. So one of our School Force raffles last fall was to be principal for a day. And we have our winners here this evening. And they served with me for principal of the day last week. So they're going to share a little bit about their experience and a little bit about Cipriani. And first we have, okay. They'll introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Elena Wu. I am in Mrs. Crook's second grade class at Cipriani Elementary School. I have attended Cipriani since I was in kindergarten. I like Cipriani School because all my friends are here. Everyone is nice and friendly. I like that we are in a place that feels safe and I can do my best work. I was principal of the day last Thursday. I like touring the classrooms, getting to see the work in each grade. It was fun sitting at chairs for the assembly and using the walkie-talkie to communicate with them. Principal is hard work. I had to make sure that everyone was safe at recess and doing their work in class. Hi, I'm Nicholas Downing. I'm in Miss Miller's classroom 5th grade at Cipriani Elementary School. I love being a principal for the day. My favorite part was looking inside the classrooms to see what the other students in each grade were doing. It brought back lots of fun, good memories from when I was younger. I also liked helping with the assembly. The reason I like Cipriani is because the teachers have a good way to teach us. Also, I love the playground because there is loads of space to play. The play structure has loads of fun stuff to do. My favorite subjects are math and reading. I like reading because it strengthens my reading skills and understanding of more complicated expressions. I like math because you get to do loads of fun skill sets that help you throughout your whole life.
I want to thank Elena and Nico and their families for being here and for having them participate in this opportunity. Thank you so much. And adding on to hearing other voices, I just have some quotes here from our students. As you know, being in TK and a kinder is all about making friends and building those connections at school. So here's some quotes that they had to, they responded to a prompt for me, and then a prompt from our one of our 4th grade students about working on group projects. And when the teacher moves our table groups, I make new friends. Just a little bit about that. And then continuing with former student voices, as recent as last year, and some of our former students who are now adults. And so just their impressions of Cipriani and how it has really been an impact on their lives. And some staff prompts. I'm really fortunate to have a veteran group of teachers who are really connected to Belmont. They live here. Their kids went to school here and they're still really active in the community. And then the second quote really highlights some of the qualities of our teaching staff. And then finally, a couple quotes from our parents, and citing some of our activities and the way they keep involved in the school and connected to us and each other. So sip sip hooray! I just came up with that 2 weeks ago. Cipriani is on its way, and what do I mean by that? Just looking at the future. These are some things happening and maybe things happening. Okay, so staff don't get freaked out here. These are super thoughts, right? No. So I mentioned EDGE protocols before. What we'd like to do is do something called Smart Start. It's a way to start the school year using the EDGE protocols, those teaching and learning frames, but in a low cognitive manner with things about yourself, right? And building those relationships and that culture and community in the school and in the classrooms. And so that's a way to start the first 2 weeks of the school year. Another one of our school force innovation grants is we've received money to do a calming room, and that's in process right now, to have a place for students that are dysregulated and not ready to learn quite yet. There'll be a spot for them so they can regulate and return to the learning environment. Some of my teachers have expressed the need and the want to be innovative. And so I thought one of the things we could be doing is I want to give my teachers time And one way to do that is to engage in generative AI and exploring that as educators, primarily with development of prompts like that to make their jobs easier. And then finally, since currently we don't have a designated science space, and I did this at a former school I was at, have mobile STEAM carts or tinkering carts where students, particularly our younger students, can engage in hands-on activity and engineering process for science. So just some thoughts going forward. That's my presentation. I'll take any comments or questions at this time.
Thank you, Principal Walters.
You're welcome.
Trustee Lineback.
Yeah, the last slide interested me, where you talked about the, and Superintendent DeGara, he knows I was gonna ask this question probably. The generative AI, I have a strong interest in this kind of stuff. Thank you very much for coming out again. I attended last December the California School Board Association Annual Education Conference, and there were a number of seminars and keynote speakers talking about AI in the future in education. And it really looks like it's, I have a strong belief it's going to really take hold very quickly. So we need to be prepared and embrace it. But I'm curious, what type of activities and what, tell me about how you plan to implement it and what.
Well, I haven't investigated much yet. I mean, I'm using it a little bit myself. But it really can help with lesson development with teachers. It can help with assessment development, prompts for writing, feedback for student work, comments, those types of things for students, self-assessment, a lot of those areas as a professional educator.
Great. Well, looking forward to next year, same meeting, same time. I'll be
You got it.
learning how that progress goes on. Thanks for taking that step and innovating.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee Cost.
So what is one of the things I really appreciate that you filtering the comments from past Cipriani. I think that's great to see the continuity and how each generation has been kind of like impacted, right? And I always fondly think back to my elementary middle school too. My question is, coming in, what would you say were some of the kernels or the foundation that you were excited with Cipriani and or just the overall larger district, but that you were like, wow, this is a good building block. I can really kind of leverage this. I mean, you did mention a few things in your presentation, but I don't know if you wanted to expand on anything that you were able to kind of build off on.
A couple of things just stand out for me. Number one, the support that we have for our students, the specialists, the reading specialists, the science, the librarians, all the school force personnel that's funded, and those opportunities for students to engage with more adults on campus. That's definitely not everywhere I've been. So that really stood out to me. And I noticed that when I researched and started and applied here, that really stood out to me when I looked at the websites. Another thing is the fantastic support from our parents. So many parents on campus, the room parents, the PTA board that we have is tremendous. The effort, the time that they put in is something I've never seen in my career. So those two things really stood out. So basically they fall under the level of support that I have not seen in other positions I've served in.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Trustee Bruno.
Yeah, I'm much good job. You kind of in passing mentioned the lack of a dedicated science space. Are you stating a need there, or are you actually really excited about STEAM cards?
I would say with our current enrollment,
Yeah.
it's we don't have a space for that. That may be changing in the future. I'm not sure.
Right.
But right now we really don't have a room that can accommodate a class of students and doing science projects, a dedicated room for that purpose. So that would really be lovely.
Okay. And the calming room, is that something that like out of your brain or coming as a request?
It was a group application for the grant, and I was part of that. So it was a cumulative idea that a group of us had.
Sweet. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm still.
I'd imagine. Like twice.
Whenever you land in a new spot, you take time to learn and listen. And I'm still currently doing that.
Yeah.
Once I have a full year under my belt, I'll feel much better, I'm sure. I'm looking forward to year 2 already. So that's how I feel.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Trustee Howard.
So, I just wanted to say how very proud I am of the work that you're doing at Cipriani. And, many people may not know this, but Sheila is probably the last hire that I'm gonna make as a board member, as a principal. And, one of our finest, I think, that we've been able to bring in. I remember specifically your interview and how you would pause and think and give very clear, thoughtful answers to actually some very complicated questions. It wasn't just that you went through an interview, it was insight into how your mind worked. You both led with kindness and thought. And when I can step away and watch how you interact with your staff, how you interact with the kids, how the school is developing, there's just a whole different flavor of greatness that's happening there in a very special spot. It's already near and dear to my heart. I think it's one of the most beautiful campuses that we have. I'm glad to see it's filled with beautiful people and people that really care about the school and the wellness of the kids. And I'm just very happy that you guys are there. The other thing I want to let you know, that you should start planning for perhaps some storage of new TK play equipment. Because you may or may not be receiving a grant that helps you with that soon.
Okay.
So start planning for that storage.
Excellent.
And I also want to acknowledge so many of the people that I got to know there. Pamela, Julie, of course, there's Diane, and so many great teachers that are just every time I come there, feel like I get a better insight into how a school works and how a school should work. And it's just the thought that's put into how can we make this place better? How can we make this place better is always just amazing to me. So again, it's really just a long-winded way of saying thank you guys for everything you do. You're doing a great job, and let us know how we can support you.
Thank you so much. That means so much to us. Thank you. That's wonderful words, and I really appreciate the heartfelt. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Walters. Just wanted to highlight some of the things you've introduced that I thought were really great. The hexagonal interactions with the staff members, the EDU protocols, and the STEAM carts. Thank you for bringing these ideas in, and thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you to all of the Cipriani staff. I am a Cipriani parent as well, and this will be my last year as a Cipriani parent. So thank you for having the experience for my child and all of the children be a wonderful experience every single year she's been there. And that's a testament to you and your staff as well as the district supporting you. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
I'll just, I'm just gonna piggyback on, Sam's interest. So, when I went to the brown bags, I asked the question about AI. And I across the board, I think I was met with kind of this look like, why are you asking us about AI? Are you telling us we should do it or telling us we shouldn't do it? Or like, and really, to your point, I think there's a lot that AI can do for us as professionals that helps us really determine where it is that we want to spend our time. When AI can help us do something and we have confidence that it's going to give us a finished product that we can use, great, right? That allows me to focus my time somewhere else. The other thing that I'll just say for all of us, as we look at AI, we're going to have to work really hard to let AI help us and let us focus in our work. And when we're able to reshift and recompartmentalize, not fill the plate with something else, right? Let AI help us, let it create space somewhere else, but not fill up that space. I think that's an important piece. But it's pretty intriguing what AI can do. And then I can't say it any better than Jim said it. So pleased to have you join our team. You're doing amazing work, leading an amazing group of educators. Jerry and Pamela, a special thank you for coming for your kiddos tonight too. I know there's a lot going on at 7:05 p.m. So thank you for making the time as always. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm grateful to be here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
It's a parade.
Thank you, Ms. Walters, and all of the Cipriani staff and students and families. Next item is item number 12, the Proposition 28 Arts and Music Funding Update. We're going to hear from Assistant Superintendent Ching Pei Hu, who will be joining us remotely.
Great. Assistant Superintendent who is at a conference in Riverside, I think is where she is, filling in for Director Nuba was attending. So Ching Pei's attending there right now. I will just take a moment to, and I formally kind of publicly welcome Lisa Zachary, who just started with us this week as our interim director of special programs in Paulina's absence while she's taking care of family.
And then Superintendent DeGuara, sorry, I may have messed up the order. Should we hear the public comment first and then hear from
Yes.
Assistant Superintendent Hu? Oh,
Yes.
great, thank you. So we will hear public comment related to item number 12. And so I will ask Ms. Ellinger to call someone's name, and then you're welcome to come up to the podium. And then you have 3 minutes per person per topic. And thank you for being here. So Ms. Ellinger, if you could call the first person, please.
Actually, I'll call 2 names, so we'll get one up and one in the queue. So first we'll start with Akira Bronstein and Patricia Bronstein.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Akira Bronstein. I spoke to you a few months ago asking for your help in providing relief to the poor state of the middle school music class at Nesbitt Middle School. So many have told me over the past months, Proposition 28 should be able to help. I stand before you again tonight to explain not only how poor, but inequitable the situation is and how important it is that the Proposition 28 funds not only offer the promise of future relief, but must provide some immediate relief for the small middle school. First, I have to speak tonight. I am the only surviving band instrument player at Nesbitt. Yes, that's right. Out of 311 middle school students at my school, only 7 persevere with band instruments, and only 1 from Nesbitt. Me. Only 17 play strings, with 5 of them from Nesbitt. You might hear the Nesbitt students are not interested. That is partly true. Would you be interested in leaving PE to be the only kid with an instructor for 45 minutes a week? Thank you though, Mr. Barnes. The hope of performing at any concerts, with hearing your friends at Ralston work toward the band trip to Disneyland, while Nesbitt kids aren't even invited to tour Carmot. Let the rumor that Nesbitt isn't interested be attributed to the fact that our program has been designed to be limited and there is no effort to collaborate our school with Ralston or Carmot. You might hear Nesbitt students have an IB program. First, most of us didn't choose to be at an IB school. This is a new decision that we didn't necessarily ask for. If you want feedback on IB, my classmates and I will be happy to provide feedback. Second, IB isn't necessarily music, and we are not being prepared to have any chance to progress to high school music. You also might hear kids who are interested in music should go to Ralston. First, this is extremely unfair to kids who need a smaller program to learn. You're saying those with learning needs cannot learn music. Second, this is extremely unfair to my classmates who live in the area. Saying that to get better instruction, you must leave your neighborhood school to commute miles across town. It sounds like history lessons that have taught us that this isn't right. In closing, I have watched my classmates drop out of music over the years because of the way Nesbitt's program has been run into the ground. Most of them have not seen the amazing programs at Claremont and the opportunities that lie ahead. As you have taught us in school, we must look out for everyone. At present, the message being sent to Nesbitt Middle School is that you don't matter. On behalf of my friends and classmates, we do matter, and we deserve music.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Patricia Bronstein. I'm a parent of current and past students in BRSSD. I'm a high school educator in the area, and I'm a member of the Prop 28 Steering Committee meeting. Tonight, you'll be presented with a recommendation from district staff regarding the allocation for Prop 28 funds. This proposal as it stands is inadequate. It needs further work to ensure equitable and quality music instruction to all students in the district. Specifically, the current staff recommendation suggests that Prop 28 funds support lower grades, but has no provision for additional music instruction or any relief, as you heard my daughter just say, for the smaller middle schools, Nesbitt and Sandpiper. This is inadequate and inequitable and unacceptable. Please don't be fooled. You will see on the last slide mention of Nesbitt and Sandpiper. That's all it is a mention. There is nothing behind that. There's never been any discussion about it. In fact, some of our steering committee who had numerous concerns about the process, the transparency, and the outcome were like, where did this come from? It was just a quick mention at the end. It's meant just to fool us into thinking that it's going to be done. Mentioning that it could provide room for Nesbitt and Sandpiper to grow is not enough. Out of $450,000, there's not one dime allocated to the situation you just heard. Not one, nor any provisions. There needs to be money attributed to this. There is room for some funds to provide some creative solutions, some perhaps consulting, someone to coordinate proper recruitment to music, to check in on those students, articulation between the schools, invitations to the students, perhaps coordinated playing opportunities. We can operate all kinds of intramural sports. They're contemplating at Nesbitt. Let's do another one, but we can't even talk about music. Unless there's money attributed to this isn't going to happen. There need to be articulated goals, measurable outcomes, and oversight. We know those terms. Nothing's going to happen unless something is attributed to those schools. The BRSSD strategic plan teaches all students to be well-rounded learners, fosters belonging and inclusion, and our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Despite the many times I brought up DEI at our steering committees, we never had one discussion about DEI. I think this topic is overdue for the steering committee and perhaps for the district. Nesbitt School has the most diverse population. It is Title I with almost 20% classified lower socioeconomic. Not allowing the school to have access, you have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're not there. Until there is a plan in place to address this lack of equitable music instruction, more work and study needs to be done. Tonight, I want to present you with a community letter with at least 150 community voices expressing concern. I'm happy to leave these to you. Last time I was here, the kids got to bring you cookies. I brought you a printout. It's also been emailed to you. But this isn't current because these numbers are adding in every single minute. Your community is concerned. You have on this list students, parents, community, educators, teachers. Pass this through. People are concerned. Please address Nesbitt and attribute $450,000 for equity. You have an obligation to do that.
So next we'll have Chris Della Pietra and Cindy Sai. Go ahead, Chris.
Is that the timer I'm to watch so I can keep time as a musician? Go. All right, I'm Chris Della Pietra, 14 years in the BRSSD school district. I've been teaching elementary music that time. My teaching experience includes elementary, middle, university, and community music school. I'd like to, best I can, discuss two topics very briefly. First one is schedules, past and present. Second one, I'm calling premature closure of decision-making process, meaning it ended too soon. First, the early years. This goes back about 4 superintendents now and precedes all cabinet people, etc. The 2 music teachers, each were working 3 schools, so they were independent of each other. They taught the classroom music or choral music as well as instrumental, and worked the program equitably. In my case, it was Redwood Shores, Sandpiper, and Nesbitt schools. We changed them to having early itinerant years where, due to enrollment and other concerns, we added a classroom music teacher at 0.5. So there were two instrumental teachers and a classroom music teacher. After that, there was another schedule change. So this was having to do with the ramping up of the middle schools or the K-8 schools. So we had then 3 full-time, 1.0 FTE. One person taught general music plus the middle school, or was dealing with the middle school as that was unfolding. Finally, in 2018, 2019, there was a new schedule sent out by the district, and the instructional time for instrumental music was reduced. And there was a presentation by numerous people at a board meeting in June of 2019, asking for explanation and some adjustment to that. 2019, 2020, our resources for instrumental were redirected. 18 classes were redirected to serve 3rd grade, so instrumental was reduced by that. Currently, the scheduled time blocks are created by the DO, accommodating many variables, and the flexibility we have is a little bit in assigning students to classes. Topic 2 then, premature closure decision-making. Beyond the efforts of the focus survey and the well-intentioned program models that have been suggested, all of these models have concerns for me. I'd like to have us gain more perspective prior to adopting a given option. I'm recommending that the board direct the DO to have two people shadow and interview programs at similar districts such as San Carlos, Burlingame, and Menlo Park. This may save us a lot of perhaps reinventing the wheel. Such a research activity likely yield insights regarding solving this significant challenge.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
I'll be back.
Hi, my name is Cindy. Mainly I'm here to support my Nesbitt family. We are new to district, so I wasn't sure about it. My child is in 7th grade now, and she has like previously other districts she had music class, so she know how to read notes and all this, and then she didn't get to confuse. So it would be nice to have music class in thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up to the podium, Leanne Brown and Angel Comasio.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Brown. I graduated from Ralston Middle School in 2015 and Carmelt High School in 2019. Although I personally did not participate in any of the BRSSD music programs, I am here merely as a voice for my fellow alumni who did and who felt very impacted by the lessons that they learned and the benefits they had from being involved in these programs. So I'm going to read their stories. Nesbitt Elementary holds a special place in my heart. Some of my earliest and fondest memories consist of meeting some of my best friends to this day, going on field trips, the Wax Museum project, and most notably being involved in the music program. I played the clarinet and sang in the choir at Nesbitt, taught by Mrs. McAllister. Having that time during the week to fully immerse myself in something new, exciting, and something I probably would have never been introduced to otherwise is priceless, an experience I have never taken for granted. Every child in the BRSSD deserves access to music education, regardless of race or socioeconomic status. Fund our schools equally. Aaron Wise, Nesbitt alumni. The BRSSD music program gave me some of my formative experiences of making music in a community. At the middle school level, I was able to have the chance to participate in music while still being able to participate in the rest of my classes without disruption. My middle school music classes made my days tolerable. Music has had such a profound impact on my life, and this is in part due to the BRSSD music program. I believe every student deserves to have that same opportunity, and we are so lucky to be in a position to have the resources to make that happen. I urge the BRSSD board to take these steps to address the inequity in our system and provide an equitable education for all. Aaliyah Walkup, Ralston alumni. I played music in elementary, middle, and high school, Cipriani, Ralston, and Carlmont. It was so important for my growth as a young person. It helped me become more confident. It also allowed me to be part of a community and part of something bigger than myself. It feels really, really good to get together with your peers and make music and make something that sounds good. It sounds simple, but the music program truly kept me sane, and every single day I looked forward to getting to go to orchestra and play and feel passionate and excited about what I was doing. Music is for everyone. It should be for everyone. It's unacceptable to not provide the same standard of music education to every school within a school district. That is gross discrimination. Feels really good to be a part of something for a long time and to be able to look back and see the progress that you have made. When I was in high school, we were able to perform at competitions as a band, and it felt good to see all of my hard work starting in the 4th grade pay off. All kids deserve the opportunity to play music and pursue a creative outlet. I think all kids should have the opportunity to pursue the outlets that they want, just like I had. And that was Sydney Mayhar, Ralston alumni. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
How do you follow that? Hello, everybody. My name is Angel Camacho, and I'm going to read the statement because I've been known for derailing conversations. So I'm here not only as a parent for my family, but I also represent a lot of immigrants because I am the president of ELAC at Carmont, the English Learner Activity Committee. And also I am the performance chair at Carmont Music Boosters. Okay. First, let me tell you a little bit about my kids. We were lucky enough for them to discover the love for music at an early age. We were in a position to provide them with private lessons. My first multi-hundred likes on Facebook was my oldest son, who was 5 years old at the time, in a drumming class. So when we attended Redwood Shores Elementary, they had music classes. They were pulled out of class and they will go to music lessons. Thank you, Mr. Colbretta. And then the best thing happened to them. They attended Ralston. One of the reasons they decided to go to Ralston instead of Sandpiper was because they wanted to play music. So they went to play band at Ralston with Miss Webster. Okay. And there's a lot of families that are not fortunate enough to have that path. They are stuck in where they are. They cannot provide music instruments. And most important, during an ELAC conversation at high school, I've witnessed parents surprised when they learn that music is an academic class and not just a club or an extracurricular activity. They go like, wow, you do that? Why we don't do that, okay? We need to provide an avenue for those students at Nesbitt and Sandpiper that can afford an instrument or private lessons to find a way to learn music. This is a way of self-expression and means to build community. Why did we have to come up with Save the Music Festival, now called Celebrate the Music, right? So let's go and continue saving the music, celebrate the music. It's not only a self-expression means, but also we build community through that. Have you attended? I bet you have. So it's beautiful, right? So also music saved our mental health during the pandemic. My kids couldn't play sports. They all quit baseball, synchronized swimming, and soccer. But they were able to play music at home. So they saved, the music saved us, really. Now they are confident performers. My oldest is considering double majoring in astrophysics and music. My daughter wants to play bassoon in college. And my youngest, who plays now with Mr. Thielen, he wants to study music theory and jazz. So this is an outlet for them of creativity. They are self-expression, but also is more important, it builds confidence in the students. So hopefully you can see that and consider investing in the future of our kids, mainly for those kids who do not have access to private lessons for an instrument through the school system. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Jordan Webster and Luke Barnes.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Webster. I'm the parent of a Nesbit kindergartner and also a member of the Prop 28 committee. I taught music at Ralston for 13 years, and the past 4 years I've been one of the music directors at Carlmont. I'm here for two main reasons. One, to urge you to place your subject matter experts, the elementary music team, at the center of curriculum planning and implementation of the Prop 28 program changes, particularly around the need for homogeneous beginning instrument instruction. And the second main point is to urge you to address the need for more arts and music instruction at Nesbit, Sandpiper Middle Schools. At Carlmont, I'm really proud of the program, and not to toot my own horn. It is a standout program. The number of graduates who go on to be lifelong musicians playing in college and beyond is a testament to the strength of the program. Of course, it's only possible because of the talented BRSSD elementary and middle school teachers. The elementary teachers alone have, I think, about 50 years of combined music teaching experience at all levels and a wealth of knowledge across all the musical content areas. Historically, and unfortunately, administrators in BRSSD have often overlooked the invaluable insights and expertise of our music teachers. It is disheartening to note that these teachers have been left out of crucial discussions that directly impact the quality of music education. For example, in 2018, 2019, district administrators made a radical reduction to the 4th and 5th grade music program, creating heterogeneous instrument groupings for beginning music instruction. Music teachers were not consulted and lobbied hard against this change, but their expertise and concerns were disregarded. Therefore, I urge the school board to ensure that district administration partners with elementary music teachers with the Prop 28 program changes. Elementary music team must be integral to all aspects of the program, from the hiring of new faculty, curriculum design, scheduling, resource allocation, and logistics. Principal in their concerns is the need to have homogeneous instrument instruction. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and the subject matter experts must be at the core of the decision-making process. In addition to prioritizing elementary music education, I urge the board to consider the input of the committee in allocating more thoughtful music and arts instructional time to the middle schools at Sandpiper and Nesbit. While these schools may not be able to replicate the large band or orchestra programs found at Ralston, they are nonetheless deserving of quality instructional time and adequate staffing. Thank you for overseeing the implementation of the Prop 28 funding with transparency and in partnership with the community and the subject matter experts.
Thank you.
What she said. I'll make it brief. Hello, I'm Luke Barnes. I'm one of the elementary music specialists that served on the Prop 28 committee. It is true that whatever model we ultimately choose will involve many serious logistical issues. Going forward, my elementary colleagues and I hope to be deeply involved in the process from the construction of the new schedule to the eventual hiring of new staff. Since we are the ones implementing it, the development of the future model will benefit greatly from our input. As they say, the devil is in the details. Well, we can provide many details that will help you avoid as many pitfalls as possible to best serve our students. We are your specialists, so it is important to utilize our knowledge and experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll have Peter Thielen and Ellen Zarber.
Good evening. Peter Thielen, music teacher at Ralston for over 20 years and at Nesbit during my first year. It is encouraging that elementary music, once a robust program, might finally be receiving the attention and funding it deserves. Over the years, instrumental music at Nesbit and Sandpiper in particular has been neglected and diminished to its current state, which is negligible, just 1/2 hour of instruction per week. Considering this, the teachers are doing admirable work with their students. If new music teachers are hired to improve this situation, it is essential that the current elementary music teachers, the experts, be on the hiring committee. In the past, music teachers have sometimes been excluded from hiring decisions and the results were less than desirable. I am here to speak about Prop 28, the steering committee process, and the discontent around it. After the final meeting on February 29th, committee members were sent a ballot to vote on five proposed options for the disbursement of funds. To many, the vote implied that a decision would be made by the committee. After the vote, very confusing slides of the apparent results were sent. These were drastically different from those which were voted on. This caused much confusion. The committee was then told that their role was advisory only, just a recommendation. This had not been made clear from the outset and was very disappointing to hear. It was only after an extra meeting was requested for an explanation of all this that some of it was clarified. I'm now going to read just a few direct quotes of several committee members, mostly parents, from a recent email thread with their permission. Importantly, these quotes were prompted by the question of to what extent was the committee's input actually considered, and by the lack of transparency during the process. Quote number one, what is the reason staff is not recommending what the committee prioritized? Quote number two, I'm also having a hard time understanding the recommendation. It doesn't help that the terms haven't been defined. It's also confusing that the labels keep changing. Quote number three, I'm just trying to understand. The recommendation should be crystal clear. Only in that way will the work of the committee and the needs of the community be honored. Quote number four, sounds like groundwork being laid to not follow the guidance of the committee. Quote number five, I am concerned that this is a situation where the committee was just for show. Thank you.
Well, I always talk too much and I hope I can squeeze this in. I'm Alan Sarver, a 30-year resident of Belmont. My two daughters went through Central, Ralston and Belmont, and college and a successful adult lifetime that continues to include music very strongly. I want to talk about two historical impacts that the instrumental music program felt. One was back in 2002, when there was a year where fourth grade music was eliminated entirely. And throughout that year, public uproar led to really the major taking off of School Force, as well as the launch of the Save the Music Festival and the creation of the Music Mentors program. That was rescinded after 1 year, fourth grade music was reinstated, but that class was smaller and remained less successful musicians all the way through their graduation from Carlmont. It was noticeable forever. The second was 2018, when homogeneous fourth grade music was pretty much collapsed to minimize music pullouts. There was public comment on the June 6, 2019 board meeting from basically all then current and past music teachers from the district and many community members and Carlmont music leaders, which led to reversal of that policy, reinstatement of a stronger homogeneous fourth grade program. But this also has led to a smaller bubble of students from that year and less prepared musicians going through the program. In looking over the presentation prepared for this evening, I don't know if it has been updated, but when I initially looked at it, both of those cuts that were forced on the music teachers at that time were mentioned in this presentation as having been under consideration for the expansion and strengthening of the music program under Prop 28. The very fact that these dramatically failed policies would be resurfaced in any format clearly talks to what we just heard from other speakers, that the music teachers are not at the absolute core of the planning for Prop 28. I strongly request that the music teachers be the leaders of instructional planning for music throughout the district, with a focus on the TK through 8 program that will best prepare all of our students for lifelong success in music beginning upon their entry into Carmelite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Craig?
Thank you so much. I'm a parent. My daughter went to Central because Nesbitt at the time was getting students from Redwood Shores. So I was blessed to be in an award-winning school at Central. My daughter studied music there and got a great music education at Ralston, and then in Carmont, where I was one of the planning committee members to help design a trip to go to Disneyland for the Ralston students. And I'm wondering how the Nesbitt kids felt about that, that the people over at Ralston get to go to Disneyland and perform in band and music. Nesbitt gets kind of leftovers. It's kind of like warmed over leftovers. They get a second-class music education. Why did we all vote for this? If we voted for Prop 28 and said we want more arts and music, we didn't say we want more arts and music only at Ralston or only at whatever school it might be. If we're going to really be diversity and inclusion and include everybody, we can't decide what a school is going to be. We can't say all the non-English speaking people are going to go to one school and all the band and the people who are educated are going to go to another school. We can't do that. That's not really fair. It's not inclusive. There's no diversity in there. And it makes people feel like you're setting them up for failure. There's been many studies about music that say that helps them with their math scores. Now, if we've got people whose English is a second language, wouldn't it be great to help them with math when they're still struggling in English? This is a good thing. We want music everywhere, not only in select schools. Why are we deciding what places what type of schools we're going to have? Is this the music school here, the math school there, and the non-English speaking school over here? Can't really do that. It sets the city of Belmont up for a lawsuit, to be honest with you, because it makes it feel like you're deciding where money's going to go based on, I'm not sure what. Is it politics? I don't know. I hope not. I hope politics doesn't get in this, because you got a bunch of parents here and people who want music for their kids. Now, my daughter was very got the benefits of all that. She later went on to choir and they performed at Carmont. The choir went and performed at Carnegie Hall. Are any of the kids that go to Nesbitt, are they ever going to make it to Carnegie Hall? I don't think so. If we set up this music program, they don't give them money and they're going to get an elementary school music education while they're at Nesbitt. They're not going to Carnegie Hall, even with practice, if they've only got 45 minutes during a PE period that they get taken out of. This isn't what this was set up for. We want arts and music for everybody in the community, not just certain schools. I strongly urge you to make this fair and equitable for every parent in every school, not just select schools. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Finally, we have Ardith Andrews.
Hi, I'm Ardith Andrews. I'm a 26-year resident of Belmont. I'm also the executive director of School Force. I've been involved with School Force for 16 years. So you could say I've been shaking people down in this community to support the arts and music for 16 years. School Force was founded because of a failed parcel tax that would have eliminated music in our elementary schools. And to this day, we still have to fight our parent community for dollars every year to have them understand that's important for every single elementary school student, so that they can have that. We later added art because that is also important, because as much as we want to think everybody gets out of bed every morning and goes to school because of math and reading, there's other levers, right? And so I proudly raised my hand to serve on the Prop 28 committee because, well, I know how legislators like to solve problems, especially when it comes to education. And they give a little bit of money and get a lot of headline for solving those problems. And so I want to thank everyone who served on that committee, because it was quite clear the passion and the energy. And I want to harness you all and keep bringing you back, because we need to keep our standards high for our kids in all of our schools. And I think we really worked as a committee to really uncover a lot of and unearth a lot of solutions. But in the end, sadly, I work in numbers, and I wish our legislature would have decided to give $212 per student, but they give $112 per student. So I think what we came together to do was really support music at all school sites early so that there can be a growth and development curve for kids so that they can pursue it later. And so I just want to thank everybody for the 16 years that I've been involved, that have kept the arts and music alive here in our community, because I know in a lot of communities we didn't have that. I want to thank the expertise and passion for the teachers that do it in our schools, because I think one thing that shined through to me today is that it's that passion that ignites our kids to want to go on and further their interests and their education in those subject matters. So I just want to say thanks for opening up the whole process to the community. And, hopefully y'all can help me shake down some more people so we can keep growing it and keep making it better. So thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Ms. Ellinger. Okay. Thank you, everyone who submitted public comment. We will now hear from Assistant Superintendent Ching Pei Hu, and this will be an information item. And then after that, the board may ask questions and we may discuss what's been presented to us.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm a little out of practice on Zoom. I'm getting my share screen up. There we go. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to join from afar. This was an unexpected conference that I'm attending in place of Director Nuba. I think you've heard several comments. I'm going to share with you the presentation that recaps the work of the committee. There are several issues that are brought up that I think are addressed in our discussion. I'm not sure if Mrs. Adler is in the room. She was going to come tonight, but I'm not sure. And then Miss Carter was not great. Miss Carter was not able to join, but we are the team of 3 administrators that led the committee. What I want to speak to you tonight about is the work that the committee did in analyzing the data from the 400 plus survey respondents. The board, you guys hear from me all the time from different survey response rates. You know that we typically get between 150 and 200, and we're really happy to get that. So clearly Prop 28 is something that the community cares about. You can see from the 400 responses. We had several different meetings. Our team worked really hard. So what I want to talk to you about is the process, and then you'll see the recommendations and you'll see the priorities that people are speaking about tonight. We did meet on Tuesday night, and I had a handful of folks come, and we were able to answer some of the questions that were raised. So let's just go ahead and get started. Okay, timeline, process, survey data, and then our direction. First off, here is the slide of all of our committee members. Not everybody attended every session. We had a few stalwarts who were at every single session, but we had folks come and go. We had a team of folks that included staff and parents from all 7 sites. And then we have an elementary principal, a middle school principal, and then myself. And we set out with an ambitious goal. We had set this, we had shared with you earlier in the year that we were hopeful to be able to present a recommendation and a direction tonight, because March 15th is kind of the start of our hiring season. And with the entire state having Prop 28 dollars, we wanted to be ahead of the curve and be able to get our job descriptions posted immediately, so that we can, be the early bird that gets the worm. We know what a difficult time it is right now to be an educator. We know that we're having a shortage of qualified teachers, and then you add in the arts and music, specialized credentialing, working with students. That is just yet another layer of difficulty. We are a very desirable district to work in, so we're confident that if we're able to post positions early, we'll be able to get great candidates. We started with a community survey to the staff that went out in November. Everybody who was interested in being part of the committee and indicated so was given the calendar invite to every single event. Like I said, we had probably 7 to 9 that showed regularly, and then we had kind of a coming and going of the rest of the team. After every session, I shared all of the slides and if there was Nearpod for individual engagement, that was sent out to calendar invites so people could stay engaged, even if they weren't able to be physically present with us. We met in November. I've already given you a little bit of this update earlier in January, but we started by looking at the guidelines of Prop $28 from an audit perspective. We talked about the VAPA standards to understand the breadth of options available. And then we really set up the purpose of the committee is to identify the data, to cull through the data, and to see what the community respondents are saying in terms of priorities. We spent meetings 2 and 3 really digging in because we felt like we didn't have enough responses. So we kept pushing and pushing and pushing and sending reminders, and we were able to get our response rate from 200 up to 400 between November and January. And that's where we closed the survey and really dug in. We were able to see some consistent patterns throughout. We did also include a student survey. And then we came together in February in the beginning of the month and realized we really didn't feel like we had enough of a solid grasp on both the options and the community's kind of data input, how those were aligning. So we put in another meeting on February 29th, at which we did a ranking where I asked the committee members to look at our 5 options and tell me first choice, second choice, third choice, fourth choice, fifth choice. What is your priority order of these? And then we're going to go over those results tonight. So I spoke pretty deeply about this already. This is not something that is new to you or the folks in the room. One of the kind of summary pieces we wanted to understand was what's happening right now. So in our current middle school program, we got to see the number of students who said their priority order in terms of art, music, and VAPA electives. And we can see art was on an average of 2.85. We didn't include the NAs. So this is averaging out 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 being this is the most important, and 1 being this is the least important of the items. You can see art is 2.85, music is 2.84, and then the various VAPA electives that we offer at Ralston were the highest rated. One of the big questions that we asked our community too was, would you rather use these dollars to expand what we already have or to add new programs? And even though the response rate doubled, the percentage stayed the same. The relative distribution of family members, staff members, adults who said they wanted to expand existing programs stayed at the 65% rate. I think it went from 64 to 65. And then adding new programs was at 35%. We asked the students the same question, and they had the exact opposite. They wanted something new, which we took into consideration in the staff consideration of all the different options. When our committee was looking at the various options, we looked through feedback in an iterative process, right? Like the committee read every narrative input. We looked at all the numerical data points. We jotted down the themes that we saw independently. We met together in small groups to confirm that we saw themes. Then we talked in a whole group to see if we agreed. And then when we had a new batch of surveys, we did the exact same thing to really think about what was important to folks. So we took into consideration the data. We looked at the scenarios to make sure that they were actually feasible. It's a combination of staff proposed scenarios as well as committee created that just got put into the mix, and we looked to see what was doable. Okay, I'm gonna go over both the pros and the cons and the various impact. But I think there are a few things to consider. One, we need to make sure that whatever option we choose is financially viable and allows us to operate a program within our funding constraints. So when we look at staffing, we average it out at $125,000 per FTE. And we wanted to look at to what extent the programs positively impacted student experience. What I didn't put down in the slides, which people in the room will confirm with, the committee read the data. The community is interested in expanding and looking at depth over looking at breadth. The community was interested in both music and art, the music was the more important of the two options. So that's what we wanted to keep in the back of our heads as we looked at all of the different options, along with how it maps onto our strategic plan. The 5 options that the committee members are talking about are listed here. Option 1 was to expand music, but in the proposal that we discussed in the committee, this would allow for instrumental music only in 5th grade, freeing up the teachers to be able to schedule in the TK3 classes. So in this model, everybody in TK5 gets contracted employee, certificated teacher teaching music. What we have right now in our schools is 4th and 5th grade all get a choice between general music and or instrumental music. 3rd graders get taught general music by our music teachers because there's time in their schedule. And then what you get in TK2 varies across the sites depending on your PTA. In option 1, this gives you all students TK5 in all of our elementary schools across the district would get a certificated teacher teaching their music, because like our community members in the room were saying, learning at an early age, developing a love, having an articulated program from the beginning all the way up is what provides students the opportunities, regardless of what their families are able to provide at home. Option 2 is similar, except it allows, the way we scheduled it in our mock schedule was to say, let's do instrumental in both 4th and 5th grade. Option 3 is adding music staff to the upper grade and just expanding the instrumental music program in 4-5, and then taking additional dollars to allocate dollars to art teachers in TK5. Option 4 is something that came out of the committee, where it was the idea of let's put all of our staffing into upper grade music and make it such that we can have 5 homogeneous groups. I'll go over the details in the next slide, so don't worry about remembering the details. But primarily putting money into our 4th and 5th grade instrumental program and hiring a part-time VAPA coordinator to oversee and coordinate and liaise. And then option 5 was something that came up through the committee conversation of maybe what we do is we put all of our dollars that we spend this year into expanding 4-5 music, and we use the 20% contract dollars in the language of Prop 28 to pay for contractors to come and do elementary music TK3 and just save some money. Maybe we don't spend 100% of our allocation in the first year. What's important about this slide is, like I had mentioned earlier, we presented those 5 options to everybody. We said next to each option, tell me, is it your first choice, second choice, third choice, etc. Then from their ranking sheet, every time option 1 was voted as a first choice, that earned it 5 points. Every time it came up as a second place option, that earned it 4 points. When it was 3rd place, it was 3 points. When it came in 4th in my ranking of 1 to 5, it got 2 points. And when it was 5th, it got 1 point. Tallying up all of those, you can see option 1 led to 42 points. Option 2 led to 57 points. Option 3 led to 59 points. Option 4 was 47, and option 5 is 39. And unless I've done my math wrong, the top 3 options, which are renamed A, B, and C for the 3 options that we're going to look at in depth tonight, are expanding music for all with twice weekly lessons for 4-5. Option B is enhancing music only for 4-5, leaving TK3 music as it is, and then funding art teachers. And option C is expanding 4-5 music deeply and then hiring a part-time VAPA coordinator to support the arts in the other grade levels. Let's just go deep. Now let's go into the details, okay? Option A is where we hire 3 new FTE to support elementary music. This is TK5, and the assumption all along, because our TK5, our 4-5 music teachers right now are the ones who provide music instruction at Nesbitt and Sandpiper. The Nesbitt and Sandpiper 6-8 students are included in this calculation as well. There is time in the schedule for them. This is something we work through with Ryan and Sandpiper on an annual basis based off of their middle school priorities and their middle school scheduling to see what works and what makes sense. But you'll see that if we are able to hire additional teachers, every single student in TK3 will have a weekly 30-minute music lesson from a general music teacher that is credentialed and is district staff. every 4th and 5th grade student would have 2 45-minute weekly classes. They get 1 30-minute class a week right now. This allows us to give them 2 45-minute classes a week. And every 6th through 8th grader at Nesbitt and Sandpiper will also have 2 45-minute session classes. When that happens in the week and in the day will really depend on how the schedules work the best when we work with those principals. This does use up basically 100% of our allocation for the year, with an estimate of $375,000 on staff salaries and a leftover of $75,000 for materials. I think Luke didn't speak to this today, but both Luke and Chris send me on occasion requests for instrument repairs, instrument replacements. We have always made available instruments for students who do not have them at home. We can't promise that you get your first choice, but we do promise that your funds are not going to limit your participation. We do know that we need to budget for that. School Force has been amazing at supporting, and I tap into my local School Force dollars to make repairs and buy new instruments, and I offer on an annual basis to our teachers what needs to be replaced. This is something that is just an ongoing component. If we look then at option B, just looking at what the details are, this is hiring 1 music teacher and 2.5 art teachers. The committee will point out to you, when we did the ranking, we said, let's hire 3 art teachers and 1 music teacher. That brought us over budget. So to make this a feasible option, because this is something that speaks to both what the committee ranked as the highest choice, but also something our community said they wanted. They wanted depth of instruction in art. We were able to put this together, which would give our TK5 students a bi-weekly 30-minute art class. So that means every other week, because there are currently projected 96 TK5 classrooms. Anybody who's ever volunteered in a classroom doing art will probably wonder, 30 minutes, and then I have to pack up and go to another class and do another 30-minute session, and then I have to pack up all of my paintbrushes and art materials and go again. That's a little tricky. There is time in the schedule. It's not necessarily logistically chosen by a teacher, but it's doable. Then, because we are still hiring an additional 4 or 5 music teacher, we would still be able to up the 4 or 5 instrumental classes and general music classes to 2 45-minute weekly sessions. And this is similar. What we end up doing is spending the bulk of the dollars on salaries, and then we have a much smaller materials bucket for providing new art materials and instrument replacements. Option C is the idea of expanding music and hiring a VAPA coordinator. I'm going to go into the kind of pros and cons in the next few slides, but this one was advocating for homogeneous instrumental groups in 4-5. So TK2 is completely the same. PTAs fund myriad music. There's still time in the schedule for the 4-5 teachers to teach the general music in 3rd grade. So that would stay the same. This is status quo. So the impact to them is not noted because it's not something new and it's not something different. It would mean if we were to do 5 homogeneous groupings in 4th grade, violin, viola, cello, flute, clarinet, sax. I think I may have missed those up, but I know flute has to be on its own. But the idea was 5 individual groups to be more homogenized for the teachers. That also means that there's no choral option and there's no general music in 4th grade, and 100% of the students would have an instrument. In 5th grade, when the kids developed more skills, the idea would then be to create ensembles again so that you could have strings and band and then introduce choir again. That would cost the $250,000 in order to pay for the 2 new teachers, but then also hiring a part-time VAPA coordinator. This could be a teacher on special assignment, this could be an administrator, but at 0.5, I estimated at $75,000. That's about a half of an administrator. So that leads to $90,000 left over to purchase materials or potentially contract services. Now, let's take a look. What just happened? I don't know if you guys were still seeing the same thing. My screen shifted, so hang on just a second. Hello. Did I close it? Sorry, somehow I managed to close the tab when I was hitting next. Okay, so if we look at the pros and the cons, Option A provides an expanded music program with articulation and hired staff from TK all the way through 5th grade at the elementaries and 6-8 at Sandpiper Nesbit. This touches every single student in TK5. So this has a positive impact for approximately 2,900 students. I did not count all of the Sandpiper and Nesbit students because that's an opt-in program. Whoever opts in will still get, but it's not going to be something that we are able to build in for them every single day. There's limitations to our scheduling because if you'll remember, middle schools run on a different schedule. They have either a block schedule or a period schedule. And I need to be able to have we can't monopolize 90 minutes 5 days a week to fit into first period across one school. So we will be able to give 90 minutes over 2 periods to both Sandpiper and Nesbit, but it will not be that same block 5 times a week, which is how the standard middle school program schedule works. The one big benefit that's similar across the board is by hiring an additional music teacher for the upper grades, we are able to give consistent, simultaneous collaboration and planning time to our teachers. Because part of the difficulty right now, we have one general music teacher, we have one strings teacher, and we have one band teacher. Even if we have nice packages of 3 groups of 30 at 5th grade, our students don't choose their instrument in nice packages of 30. So what happens oftentimes is Luke will have, I don't know, 20 students, Chris will have 15 students, and that leaves 45 students for Alexis, which goes above our class size ratio. If we're able to add a 4th teacher into the mix, I can send them all simultaneously at the same time. The teachers can have prep together twice a week, and nobody's class size is too large. The one drawback to this is students have been accustomed to getting to do instrumental and choir and general music, with the caveat that if you may, for some kids, they get A or B because of the way the schedule works. For most kids, they get A and B, with the caveat that to do the second thing, they might be missing PE, they might be missing science, they might be missing something else in the classroom. That's not ideal for students. That's not ideal for teachers. One of the big difficulties and the shift we made in 2018-19 was because on an average day, teachers had 10 pullout groups between 8 and 3. They would have music from 8 to 8:30 where all of their kids would go. But then from 8:30 to 9, 3 kids would go to strings. Then from 9 to 9:30, another 2 kids would go to band. Then from 9:30 to 10, another 3 kids would go for a different instrument, and so on and so forth throughout the day. That was really disruptive to the teachers and the core instruction. And what ended up happening was it became kind of a fluff day. People felt like they couldn't do very much. They had to reteach everything so many times. And so we tried to consolidate that into our current model, which is still troublesome because when we try to match our advanced students in 4th grade with more advanced players in 5th grade, now I have a 4th grader whose class is going to general music at one time, but an hour later, that advanced violinist is joining the 5th grade strings group. And so the teachers are still balancing who's coming, who's going, who needs a makeup, who needs a small group. And so being able to hire and send all of the kids out together reduces the sizes of the groups for the music teachers, but also allows for a really consistent day. And then the rest of the day, there's no interruption and pullouts. The other beauty of this is by hiring an on-site teacher, we are able to have articulation from a credentialed teacher from TK all the way up. And our music teachers our general music teachers can focus on general music TK3. Our instrumental teachers and upper grade general teacher can focus on their discipline. And then our TK3 music teachers can be assigned 3 school sites instead of traveling to all 6. Problem is, it also only addresses music. That's one of the 2 priorities our community talked about. Option B does address the 2 priorities that came to the top from our survey, which was art and music, because it does provide for art for all students TK5, and it does provide for 45-minute music instruction. It still is providing a positive impact to all TK5 students, all 2,900 of them. Again, this does include our Sandpiper and Nesbit 6th through 8th grade students. You can see the cost. A lot of the pluses are exactly the same. The one big plus that I think is different from option A is that it addresses both music and art. Now, the cons become the logistics. I mentioned it briefly earlier, 30-minute art lessons. I think you've all volunteered in classrooms before. 30 minutes is not enough to set up an art lesson, take out paintbrushes, teach the skill, practice the skill, do the art project, clean up, and then leave. You can do a lot of art if you're just doing crayons and pencils and markers, but if you want to do oil pastels, you want to do paint, you want to do ceramics, you want to do any of the mixed media, 30 minutes really isn't long enough. We could probably make it work if we had a dedicated art classroom. We're doing our facilities master planning. We're looking at our sites. We don't have the ability to dedicate a classroom. You heard from Cipriani today, they don't have a science classroom right now. The classroom that was built for them when they built that 2-story building that was a science classroom is currently being used by a 4th or 5th grade classroom because they went from having 4 classrooms in the upper grades to having 6 classrooms in the upper grades. So that is a problem. The other component is TK2 would still be contracted, and it would still be whatever PTAs are able to afford, and it would be different at all of our sites, which doesn't help us build that continuity and love of music for students that we know is so important. Option C would be what I said. It was the idea of having 5 teachers teach 5 different instrumental musics to 4th graders. And then as they develop skills in 5th grade, they could combine into ensembles. This heavily impacts 4th and 5th grade. This provides a really robust instrumental program, but it does still force students into instrument in 4th grade and takes away general music. And choir is only available in 5th grade. So because of that, the direct student impact in this option is only approximately 900 students. It's the 2 grade levels. Hiring a part-time VAPA coordinator could help with maybe teacher evaluations, maybe articulating between the 4 or 5 teachers and the middle school teachers. This does still allow our 4 or 5 instrumental teachers time for Sandpiper and Nesbitt to do the 6-8, but this doesn't improve anything for TK2. It does allow still a weekly 30-minute lesson for our 3rd graders, but there's no articulation and there's no kind of continuum to build the program, which is where we come to the overall ranking results from the group was that option B, hiring those music teachers, those art teachers was the kind of highest vote by 2 points. The second option was expanding music for all, and the third option was expanding music and hiring a VAPA coordinator. This is just the same information again for you guys, just in one spot for you, so you can see the impact on students, the continuity or lack thereof, the ability to build up. This is year 1's recommendation. We are very confident that with the talent of our teachers, we'll be able to build lovers of music. I mean, I think that part of the reason I oversee music is, yes, it landed in my lap, but also I am a musician. I was a serious musician through high school. I was primary bassist for CYS in high school. I understand the importance and the value of having music in your life. It is, to me, a core curriculum, not an extracurricular, which is why I think being able to expand upon it with a credentialed teacher starting in TK all the way through is going to build our program in a couple of years when kids move on. That's going to build the upper grade music, both interest and desire and kind of system and structure. It's a little chicken and egg, right? We're happy to keep pouring money into Sandpiper and Nesbitt. I think we've demonstrated that through the way we make our staffing assignments in other content areas. We're happy to keep investing, but we also need for there to be growth. And if we can invest in the primary grades and build skills, we're confident that across the board in 6-8 in a couple of years, we'll have more equal, I don't want to say equal because more relatively equal participation across the 3 sites, in which case we can do more. I mean, you hear me say this to you all the time. We can do anything, but we can't do everything. We do have to prioritize. We do have to stay within budget. We do have to make sure that we are expanding the programs that the families are asking for. And because our TK3 students do not currently get weekly music classes, this is something new to them. It may not be something totally different, but it is still something new, and they're getting something that they're asking for. This is why the direction from staff conversation is to go with option A, even though option B had 2 more points in the votes. Okay. saying the same stuff. Questions?
Ms. Hu, would you mind going back to that last slide? Because I think in parentheses, you do have some other information there.
Yes. So we really, the recommendation is about expanding our existing program. We polled people to see how happy they were with what we have, because we want to make sure they like what we have before we expand what we have. The data were indicative that our music program that we are able to offer is something that is well received. It is something that we've been able to do well, so we want to continue it. We want to expand for the model that we have. We want to create an articulated program, TK5, that will feed into 6-8. We want to be able to allow our general music staff to specialize at 3 schools instead of 6. If we can minimize travel for them and feeling so discombobulated being at one school in the morning, a second school in the afternoon, and potentially a third some other part of the day, that is not ideal for anybody, and that's not the plan for anyone. We want to be able to expand the ability to provide our teachers with common collaboration time, right? It gives them time to work on all of the things that we're adding to their plate through the strategic plan. It gives them time to collaborate with their peers. That is something that has been tricky this year to be able to give them, because they have specials, but they don't go at the same time. So everybody works in a silo on their own. And one of the key pieces is not only does it provide music to every student, TK5, and then whoever opts in at the 6-8, it allows for there to not be pullouts, and it allows for there to be consistency and an articulated program. It's available to all of our students. So I throw it back to you into your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hu. Board members, does anyone have a preference for maybe questions first, and then where we can do questions and comments at the same time? Ms. Hu, could you stop sharing?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I'll just start off for novelty's sake. So I was on the Prop 28 committee, and it was a great opportunity. I really appreciated being able to hear from members of the community about what was important to them. And that's why I wanted to join the committee. I have no talent in music or art, but a lot of interest in it. And in the committee, I think, as Ms. Hu presented to us, there were a lot of different directions that we could go in. And I think for me, I really appreciate the committee and all of the time and effort that the committee members put into it. A lot of work, a lot of looking at surveys, looking at visual and performing arts standards. I think in the end, in order to try to get teachers for next year, it's best for us to move forward with a plan starting now, because then we can post teaching positions. So in regards to maybe spending more time on planning, I would love to spend more time planning, but I don't want that to jeopardize our ability to be fully staffed in the fall. So again, and I'll probably come back to myself afterwards, but just wanted to mention those things. And again, thanking the committee for helping Assistant Superintendent Hu form a recommendation that was then discussed with the superintendent and the other members of cabinet. And now this recommendation comes to the board. Thank you, Ms. Hu. Board members, questions or comments? Mr. Cost.
This was a very comprehensive thing. I'm been writing a lot of notes. Just for clarification, and thank you, Director Hu, for your great job and the principals for spearheading this and the committee members for being on it. For some clarification. So this presentation, I'm glad you added in the Sandpiper Nesbit but my question is what the presentation seems to be geared, right, to grades TK through 5th, meaning maybe it isn't, but what was the reason that you wouldn't add in? You added it on the last slide, but why isn't the Nesbit, Sandpiper, or even Ralston ramifications?
Yeah, so this was a conversation. Yeah, this is definitely a conversation item, right? We are given a per pupil allocation as we look at what we can do. Remember, we can do everything, but we can do anything, but not everything. We have made the kind of analysis that if we put all of our dollars in the early years, we can build interest. We can build skill, we can build a continuum such that when students leave at the end of 5th grade and move on to middle school, whether they go to Ralston, Sandpiper, or Nesbit, they can continue. And what we're able to do is we are able to support the music at Sandpiper and Nesbit with this infusion of personnel. If we wanted to expand for all grade levels, we would be limited in what we're able to accomplish as we try and mix in all of the different schedules. As is, we have 96 classes that we're planning for with 3 personnel. If we add in another 1,200 students from Ralston, that is a puzzle that 3 staff members, $450,000 isn't going to be able to staff. There's another component that this is not our only funding source. We look in balance and look at all of the different pieces that we have within our budget. Our programs are very well supported across the district. Prop 28 is asking for us to think of supplemental, sustainable structures such that we can expand upon arts instruction across our district. We know that thanks to the fantastic partnership we have with School Force and the very generous community, we are going to continue to be able to fund the myriad electives that happen at Ralston, along with the elective choices at Sandpiper and Nesbit. We don't have the same number of people, so we don't have the same number of options, but we do have the same amount of support on a per pupil basis from School Force to all of our middle school students. All of our middle school students have choices in electives, and School Force also continues to support music programs, not just electives and VAPA pieces, but they do specifically support music at all of our schools, and they'll continue, assuming we can continue to fundraise, right? Like they're committed to maintaining our existing programs. We chose specifically to focus in on building the foundation. It doesn't do any good to stop at the start of the top and say, we're going to offer all these choices when kids don't have skills yet and don't have interest. Part of the attrition that we see at the high school level, I think, has to do with requirements in terms of how do they get into the advanced sections. Jordan was kind enough when we were doing this to share with me the enrollment numbers that she has this year in the entire music program. So if I look just at the instrumental program of our class of 2027, so these are the kiddos that were 5th graders in 2020. There are 94 instrumental music participants.
Ms. Hu.
Sorry?
We lost the last sentence you said. We heard that.
So Jordan was kind enough to
Webster.
send. Yeah. She sent me the enrollment. So I did a quick peek, right? So, I mean, we've looked at this. For the current year, we've got, class of 2024 all the way through class of 2027. So this year's seniors, they were 5th graders in 2017. They have 62 participants in instrumental music. Could be that seniors got busy, they dropped out. Could be that they didn't continue and aren't strong enough to be in the advanced sections. Lots of different reasons. All I have is the enrollment number. The class of 2025, so they were fifth graders in 2018, have 52 instrumental participants. The class of 26, they were 2019 fifth graders, the year that we made the change in limiting homogeneous classes and made heterogeneous classes instead. There are 85 instrumentalists. And the class of 2027, this year's freshmen, they were fifth graders in 2020. And despite going through COVID and having hybrid instruction, have 94 instrumentalists. I think our program has prepared students to continue to grow their love. We would like to expand on the program. Chris, Alexis, Luke, Peter, Claire do a beautiful job supporting our students. I'm not sure if Allison is still teaching choir, but the collection of teachers providing services to our students is outstanding. In every interview for new staff, we always include teachers. Every year when we do the schedule, I share it with Alexis and Luke and say, hey, what changes? What did I miss? What's wrong here? What can we tweak? We talked a lot about supporting them at the beginning. The fact that there would be 4 teachers pulling out students at the same time gives some flexibility at the beginning. When those flutists don't even know how to build their flutes, we don't necessarily need to have the kids into 4 distinct groups. Because we have extra teachers, we could start them all in general music together, and Luke and Chris can pull instrumentalists bit by bit to at least get them set up at the very beginning. But we can still start with music for all 4th and 5th graders twice a week for 45 minutes and expand down to TK3, getting general music from a credentialed teacher on a weekly basis. Right now, our myriad music contracts give between 8 and 15. I think the highest school has 20 lessons. We're looking at 38 weeks of instruction.
Assistant Superintendent Hu, can I just clarify? And to Trustee Coss's point, I think at Sandpiper and Nesbit moving forward, we're looking at expanding from 1 session to 2 sessions at Nesbit and Sandpiper as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think a reason I wanted to clarify that on the final slide, the direction slide, we do have that characterized. But we think in terms of elementary models and Ralston models. So in our thinking, I think we missed an opportunity to further define how we think about that grade span, right?
Yeah.
So in options A and B, we could have made that caveat on previous slides and been a little bit clearer on that. But that is the course moving forward. So those 2 smaller middle schools, it's not quite the same as Ralston, but we are trying to increase there.
So, and currently, can you remind me what is the time that they have for music at Nesbit Sandpiper?
So at Nesbit, we were able to work with Ryan. We worked with Ryan to identify 7th period on Thursdays. So the kids who do strings go, I want to say it's 2:04 to 3. So it's less than an hour. It's 1 period. I think it's 54 minutes. They get either strings or band. And then at Sandpiper, their community chose instead to have their classes happen before school. So Luke and Alexis both teach on Tuesday morning from 7:30 to 8:15.
So
they have
this
once a week 45-minute classes at Nesbit and Sandpiper right now.
Okay, and so under this proposal, even with option A, it would increase at
Yes,
those
with
grade levels
all of
to-
the options, they would get 2 45-minute sessions. Now, the caveat that I put in there is where it fits into the schedule is going to be dependent on the school priority. You were at that IB interview last week. You saw the requirements for them to have 8 classes. As a school, they chose not to. They chose world language over music. We're still going to make it an option and available, but I'm not going to be able to shoehorn it in and say you have to do it. That's something we're going to have to find the time that makes sense and build the schedule around what's logical. But again, I think it's our responsibility to provide options for all students at all schools. They're not going to be the same just by virtue of the fact that there is economy of scale. I can't offer the same things at Nesbit and Sandpiper that I offer at Ralston.
Understood. So, and also just to confirm that by putting the emphasis on music for all, I
Mhm.
was reminded School Force has the Leap Arts program. And so
Yes.
that will.
Art is continuing.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ardith and I, this has come back and forth. I think people in the room have even asked her, will School Force consider upping the art contribution? And I think it's all dependent on budget. Like, as a partner, we look to complement one another.
Money where the mouth is.
Yeah, continue supporting and adding and deepening, but it is limited by our funds,
Another
whether
question.
it's public or private.
Thank you. Another question with option B, just for clarification, the recommendation was bi-weekly, and that's a function of funds to have the 30 minutes.
That's a function of the reality of at $125,000, we could say, forget music. Let's not expand music at all. And let's take $450,000 and hire 3 art teachers. It's still functionally 3 art teachers teaching 96 classrooms of students. And in the way our bell schedule works and the need to transition between classes, bi-weekly is the best we could do. We might be able to squeeze out 45 minutes depending on how our bell schedules work and if we make adjustments, but we do need to give more travel time between the classes than we do for Alexis, who takes her laptop and goes from one classroom to the next when she's doing general music. And even that is hard. We try to build in a 5-minute buffer, but we can't always do that.
The reason I brought that up is that is the reason why it's not offered. There's not a recommendation for weekly. It's based on the
Right.
funds available per se. Okay.
Yeah, based on the funds, the schedule then follows. But bi-weekly is still more than what they would get from LEAP. LEAP right now is 10 classes. So it would be an expansion that ended up not being where I think we should put our money. Because I do think we have a really robust music team. We have a strong track record of providing strong music instruction. We have a wonderful contract with professional artists who come in to provide those LEAP lessons, who have mapped against the VAPA standards. So we have an existing art program that we can bolster, but I think what we don't have is a consistent TK and up music program.
The last question I'll have before is you mentioned, or the committee was mentioning, or what maybe one of the cons was facility space. Certainly with an art classroom, we heard it with the presentation with Cipriani from Principal Walters about, science in general. So you mentioned in your talk that this, that the master planning, obviously there's always a ranking of priorities, but it has that is that kind of the committee kind of say across all the school sites that space was an issue? I know that at Nesbitt, Mr. Barnes teaches my son in trumpet in the MUR, and that MUR is being used for a lot of things. So my question just is that has that been surfaced as an area that then is going to be put into the potential facility master plan? Like,
So I think that's not a question for me.
Yeah. So as we move forward with the facility master planning, part of it is the facilities master plan and assessment, identifying opportunities and our current status. They will be bringing what we have and what our desires could be to the board, and that'll be for further board consideration as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koss. Dr. Howard?
I have a myriad of questions.
I would expect no less.
There you go. Get it.
Hey, man, I'm going on 28 hours straight, so
Am I going to be able to see your face though?
No.
Could you? No.
I'm shaved. You see it's dirty. It's early. All right. Anyway, so I most of this is initially going to be a point of clarification, and then some just wonderings that I had as I went along. Can you clarify to me the difference between choral music, instrumental music, and general music?
Choral in general, I mean, they're interchangeable. Right now, what we have is Alexis teaches a general music classroom.
So when you say general music, you mean choral music?
It's singing, but she does things like boom whackers. She and I have been talking about expanding our general music program and having her go get ORF certified so that we could potentially have a full ORF instrumentariate, and starting from TK up, which does rhythm, which does xylophones, which does bells. It's not just singing and boom whackers, but all of the components that include musical theory, that include, whether we follow the Kodály. A boom whacker it looks like just a clear cylinder, but because they're different lengths, and when you beat them or hit them against your hand and they vibrate at a different tone.
We were using them at fire last week.
So when you are oh, Sabrina, fantastic. They're really fun. So like you can, one of the lessons I watched Alexis teach, the kids had boom whackers and everyone had a different note. So then on the screen, you've got this music, and I'm in charge of playing C, you're in charge of playing E when my kind of, do you guys play BeatStars? When my note lights up and hits the beat, so I'm practicing at a rhythm, I hit my piece, and together we can, in an ensemble, make music, even though it just sounds like I'm going boom, boom, boom. But together the tones match. That's a component. But what we would like to do in addition to that, and that's something that I work with elementary music teachers on, is expanding beyond the general music where they're learning basics about tone and rhythm, and actually building out a full continuum that by the time they leave upper elementary school, they will have had experiences with using their voice as well as instruments, even if they're not taking a formal band or orchestra instrument. So that's kind of not part of this plan, but part of the programmatic thought of how are we going to grow our program. So it's not just you learn to sing Christmas songs and Hanukkah songs, and then you sing a spring song, like what we can think of as basic elementary music, but really teaching specific skills.
So that would be reading music, hearing music, harmonizing, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. All of that would be part of general music, which is chorally emphasized right now, but it does include it all.
And when you talk about the TK-5 programs 2 days a week, are you talking about choosing between general music and instrumental music? Meaning that you go down one of those two tracks?
That is the con that I pointed out on one of the slides. That is the difference that will be different, because students will be asked to choose one or the other. They won't get to do both anymore, because we're recommending that we don't do pullouts, because it is so incredibly difficult to schedule for the classroom teacher as well as the music teacher. This way, all 60 students will go to music at the exact same time. They're going to be in one of 3 or 4 groups. And one of the very kind of specific questions was, well, do we have 2 strings teachers and 1 band teacher and 1 choral teacher? That's going to depend on the grade level. If we happen to have a grade level of 3 classrooms and those 90 students tend to be more chorally adept and less strings and band, then we'll assign 2 of the teachers to teach the general music together, either together or separate, but in alignment. If they happen to be more instrumental, then maybe we're assigning 3 teachers to do instrumental and 1 to do general/choral. It'll depend on each grade spans 60, 75, 90, and what the students choose, but they will have to choose.
Assistant Superintendent.
We can do everything. We can do anything, but not everything.
I think to Trustee Howard's question, could a student choose 1 in 4th grade and switch in 5th grade, or are they choosing?
No.
So I can do choir in 4th and decide I want to play the trumpet in 5th, and I'm good.
I have not talked about this with the music team, but I would also presume that they could start in an instrument and realize I'm not good at this, or I really don't like this, or I don't have the time to practice and this does not interest me, and go back to choral. I don't think you can go from general music into instrumental in the middle of the year, but I do think it can go the other way as long as we're maintaining class size ratios.
Thank you.
Can you clarify what you mean by VAPA? Is that visual arts, performing arts, meaning
visual and performing arts?
And so you mean by that theater?
So if you'll remember to the survey that we sent out, there were 16 different categories. There are there are 5 big categories in visual and performing arts. I can't remember them off the top of my head anymore, but it includes theater and drama. It includes graphic art and design. It includes performance arts. So music and acting and theater and costume design and all sorts and multiple different and fine arts. So we put out there, I want to say 16 different ideas to families to say, hey, of these, rank from 1 to 10. How important is it to you that your child get this at school before they leave 8th grade, or being a 10 to 1 being this shouldn't be taught at school? And we looked at that. The interesting piece was almost everything ranked between 6 and 10. So that's where the committee was like, well, that's not that helpful, because if everyone says all of these should be taught, we know that there's no possible way we can teach it all or that we can offer it all. Hence going down the other kind of path that we asked, do you want to expand on something that we're already doing well or add something completely new? The other piece to it was several of the VAPA options would have been completely new. And because 65% of the respondents of the adult community said, let's expand, let's continue doing well what we do well instead of adding something new, we went down the path of what can we do for music so that we can grow the program overall.
So when you're talking about an art coordinator, you're not talking about VAPA programs, you're talking about art in the sense of like painting and drawing and things like that.
A VAPA coordinator would be I would say would oversee the entire visual and performing arts program. So it could be supporting art instruction, it could be supporting coaching the art teachers, the VAPA electives at the middle school level. It could be providing training, it could be evaluating the teachers, doing kind of all the other administrative
talk
stuff.
about the 0.5 FTE around art. That's what you're talking about, is a coordinator.
To align and oversee the entire, oh, your camera went off. I don't know if you can hear me.
You're back.
Okay. Last time the camera went out, I think you guys said you couldn't hear me, so.
Yeah. The question is, when you talk about the 0.5 for an art FTE, what do you mean by that exactly? Is that a VAPA coordinator, or is it painting, drawing, that sort of thing?
It's a VAPA coordinator. It's somebody who would oversee and liaise between our music teachers and our art teachers, but not providing direct services to students.
I gotcha. Okay.
Potentially training or coaching teachers. And this was an idea that came out of the committee, right? To support our teachers and to make sure there's alignment.
Okay. One of the concepts we heard going through this was the idea of heterogeneous groups versus homogeneous groups. Can you clarify what that means?
Yeah, so I mean, teaching music is really difficult, right? I mean, I think there's a piece of me that's hesitant to say this. I am a musician, so I totally get it. But we have math teachers who teach kids who don't know how to add and kids doing algebra in the same classroom. So I don't want to minimize how difficult it is when there is a differentiation of skill in any content area. But if you have a child who is trying to learn how to play a flute, how you form your mouth and hold the instrument to your lips is completely different than when you are learning to blow on a reeded instrument like a clarinet or a saxophone. When you have a violin and a viola, yes, your 4 notes, you have 4 strings, but they're actually different notes. So learning first position, with your finger in the first position spot, you're not playing the same note. And with a viola, there's transcribing between the instruments, as well as, I believe, saxophone. So having saxophone and flute together is very difficult to teach. What we've done for the past couple of years is work with our music teachers to match the instruments that make the most sense together, cello and bass, and violin and viola, to minimize the number of pull-out sections. Then we have flute by themselves, we have alto sax and clarinet together, and then we have trumpet on its own. In doing that, we did remove percussion about 5 years ago, simply because there isn't the ability to have that many pull-out sessions as we try to minimize the distraction to the general ed classroom and the core curriculum. I said earlier, I think music is core, but in order for music to be core, it's got to be at a scheduled time, and it's got to have more than 30 minutes a week where kids are being pulled out and you're spending 7 minutes tuning. right? So giving them the groups.
Pull out so much as they were.
Hold on.
Hang on.
So we have 70, I mean, we have extra dollars in the pot that we put into materials and support. I think one of the things I mentioned briefly, and this is something that is a little bit up in the air because it does require deep consideration and conversation with the music team of what makes the most sense to them. Does it make the most sense to start everybody in general music for the first, I'm just like talking off the cuff here, but for the first 6 weeks of school, everybody's in general music. Everybody's learning some basics.
We lost you about,
Can we?
Sorry, I'm only pausing because I'm afraid you can't hear me when the camera goes off.
Yeah.
Should I keep talking when the camera goes off?
No, it's cutting out.
No, yeah, okay, so my pausing is correct. So we could say everybody starts in general music and we have 4 teachers assigned to 4 or 5 and we can split it up. And as we get going and we get signups, maybe Luke can spend a little bit of time in weeks 3 and 4 starting to pull out the flutists to give them their very basic beginning instruction and get them feeling comfortable during that music section, while the other 3 work with general music and they're learning the basics about rhythm and reading a staff and counting notes, because all of that does help so that when they get to instrumental music, they're not learning everything there is to learn about music. So we could ramp up the actual instrumental piece. That's one way we could attack this difficulty. Another way is we have some additional dollars. One of the pieces we talk about is making sure music is accessible, right? From an access perspective for students who have difficulty in the classroom. Maybe we use some of the leftover $75,000 and we allocate it to para-educator support to support in the music class in one or two of the 4 classes so that you have an extra body to help with setup, with keeping kids on task, with helping the kids that need the extra piece. Maybe we take some of that $75,000 and we do a little bit of instrumental coaching for the first 6 weeks of school. Not the whole year, but when the kids really don't have enough skill yet, maybe we hire that music coach, that instrument coach that comes in, and now we effectively have 2 teachers teaching the 2 instruments. And then once they develop a little bit of independence and have some basic skills and know how to do the warm-ups, we release that and go back to having the music teacher leading the group. I think we have a lot of options and a lot of flexibility, but that's not a decision I would make on my own. That's something that that we would work through with our elementary team.
So what I'm hearing is that you are putting forth models that emphasize where the funds will flow, but those models aren't hard and fast in terms of how exactly they'll be executed. And it sounds like those models suggest that you would then figure out where you emphasize where the funding flows, but at the same time, utilize your SMEs to optimize the logistics of that.
Yeah, I mean, we have to understand the broad strokes of where the money is going to go before we go down the pigeonhole of how are we going to work out every little logistic. Because in any decision we make, there are lots of details that we're going to work out after we have the final decision. Because as you can imagine, scheduling 96 classrooms with 5 teachers takes a lot of time. And if it's not going to happen, then we're not going to spend the time doing that.
So I do want to get back to a logistical question. The thing I heard was 45 minutes times twice a week. At say if we just talk about the K-8s with the opportunity 45 times 2, right? Presumably at the K-8s, that would mean that perhaps, and this is just one model possibly, that perhaps you have a Monday, Thursday 45 at one site and a Thursday, Friday 45 at another site. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, your 2 45-minute sessions would be, I mean, similar to how we do music, right? I mean, sorry, science.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does the music program have to be within the regular schedule of the school day? In other words, if I had 45 minutes.
It should.
Well, I'm just asking, the question, does it have to be? So if I have 45 minutes Monday, Thursday at, say, Nesbit, and 45 minutes Thursday and Friday at, Sandpiper, could I, and if that was an after-school program, could I then, dovetail that with ELOP programs to, help out, kids that might be in the underserved community, however you want to define that? And would it allow for some time for a participant to then commute to the other site and get an additional 45 minutes of time for their music instruction?
I don't think it follows the letter of the law. It's not explicitly stated no, but the intent of the law is to expand programs during the instructional day so kids can access. And we know that when we offer things before and after school, I know Sandpiper chooses to go before school. When we do that, by schedule, we are precluding students from participating, students who don't necessarily have the choice to stay late. And we potentially open up the can of worms of, if we're doing this and considering it part of the day, then are you holding us, are we making ourselves responsible then for transportation? And I'm not even there, but I can tell that Rui is probably like, no. I think the letter of the intent of the law is that it is during the instructional day.
In addition to that possibility, virtual music instruction. So if there was, we have fine technology that never interrupts and always is connected really well. Would it be possible for a student to perhaps receive virtual music instruction if they're at one site and in-person virtual music instruction while they're at another site?
Is it possible, strictly speaking? Yes. Is it ideal? I would say take a look at your music teachers in the room and ask them how they felt about teaching music virtually during our hybrid instruction.
I'm just asking the question, that's all.
But is it possible? Yes. Would I recommend it? No.
Okay. With the vision of the 45 times 2 at the K-8 sites, does that allow the students to develop the skill set to build towards performing in concerts? Does it set them up for the possibility of being qualified to try out for music at the high school level, or would they need to augment their time as a musician, whether that's a formal musician or an instrumental musician, to be prepared to either compete or perform at the high school level?
So I can't speak to the high school requirement in terms of the advanced levels. I know that there are ensembles that don't require prior skills, but I can't speak to that piece. I can tell you anecdotally, I have watched my own daughter as a 6th grader participate in music twice a week, and she's not getting private lessons because I'm not a Tiger mom and I don't even monitor her practice.
Yeah.
And I have seen her perform at her school, and it's not just her, it's like all of the 6th graders that are performing, that are participating in an orchestral. It's A day, B day, PE or music. They performed in December after 3 months, and they were able to play and perform. So we are bringing performances back this year now that COVID restrictions are back. I think you're going to see a lot of really great stuff coming out of our elementary music classrooms at the end of the school year. Is it incredibly hard? Yes. But is it doable? Yes. And do I have faith that we have really skilled teachers who can make it happen? I think so. But I'm also committed to making sure they have support.
Yeah.
So, and that we also temper our expectations, right? Like, we want to have a strong program and we want to teach kids and we want to give them skills. Are they going to learn that in 90 minutes a week? Absolutely. Are they going to need to practice on their own? I think with anything, any of us who watch anything about practice, if we just do something for 15 minutes a day, we're going to be better at it. But if we don't touch it and don't practice it, nothing's going to happen. So it's an A and B. But I do think it's a meaningful amount of time to learn some skills. Will they become concert musicians after a year? Likely not.
Okay. And then the last point of clarification I had, I hear you asking us for guidance and or direction, but I see on the schedule that this is an informational item only. So are you asking us, I'm confused about whether or not we're being asked to make a motion and vote on a path forward, because I'm hearing that.
No, tonight is
information.
Tonight is an informational update. It is the district providing direction and our next steps in our update. One of the things that I will share is part of the work of the committee was to align next steps. And actually tonight I anticipated hearing, are we art? Are we music? Are we half and half? Or should we do visual and performing arts? Clearly tonight, every presenter, every public comment was music. The recommendation or the direction that staff is sharing is music. And all of the nuances and the scheduling, that will come as we work things through. I do want to appreciate the work that Assistant Superintendent who did the community. It is aligned, very much so. Yes, I hear there's differences. There's desires here or there that are not being met, but big picture, there is alignment for us to move forward with hiring. And that's what we really need to be doing. And our work today is to inform the board that that's our next steps. And if there's any cause for concern, for you to share that tonight. I also do want to recognize the thing that came up during public comment was the idea of involvement from our team. I heard Assistant Superintendent who share many times the connection that she has actually having served in the same role as Assistant Superintendent in the past. You know a lot about music and are providing that guide on the side. I appreciate that. And I hear an interest in working with our music team. I'm appreciative that Luke represented the team. I think there would have been a better hope that everybody from the team would have joined, but certainly I know Luke was a representative. So there is a good faith effort to work with the team. And I do see that, and I see that alignment. So no, it's just directional. We're sharing our direction and providing the board an opportunity for feedback.
So again, point of clarification is the this is it seems like this is a fiduciary discussion in some way, shape, or form. We're talking about how we're going to spend this money.
Correct.
So that doesn't require a vote by the board.
There's no formalized plan required. There's no formalized piece. The Prop 28 information is a stakeholder engagement and steering committee, which has been convened. We will, of course, before we hire any staff, bring them before the board for formal approval. But moving forward, our plan is to move forward in hiring music teachers.
Based on option A.
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
That's probably had enough.
It's long.
It's not on here. So I'm gonna held to share option A. Option A was 3 music teachers. Option B was 1 music teacher and 2.5 art teachers. And option C was 2 music teachers and a 0.5 VAPA coordinator. Right? That is very consistent with what I heard from our public comment tonight and what I heard from Assistant Superintendent.
And the advantage again is that if we, I guess I don't really know what the board's role here is other than to ask questions in the context of this discussion, but the advantage of moving forward quickly with option A is the meat is ripe.
The hiring pool is available early.
We're gonna sweep in and gather all the Redwood City
We want to beat all of the people with postings and be a highly desirable district. So when we hold interviews, Luke, Chris, Alexis, and I have people to choose from.
I see. There's chum in the water.
Yes.
Mr. Leinbach or Mr. Bruce, Mr. Leinbach?
Yeah, well, I had a myriad of questions, but Trustee Howard asked half of them, so I don't only have half a myriad of questions. Thanks, actually, thanks everyone for participating and letting your voice known to the board. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Hu. So a couple questions and comments. First of all, yeah, so I go to a lot of brown bag. We just got done with a session of those. Most of the content was on AI, of course, which was fun. We didn't talk too much about music. But in previous years, I've always heard a lot of comments from teachers talking about the pullout and how disruptive it is. So I think having that option where it's reduces that disruption, I think is a great addition to student achievement for the district. So I'm glad to see that as one of the options that was discussed today. That's just a comment. Going back to Trustee Koss asked the question, and just want to clarify on the 6 through 8. So on option A, it shows all across all schools K through 5 is getting kind of the same program increases. But on the 6 to 8, you said it's Sandpiper and Nesbit were adding another session. Was that? And
it's going to be the same. In terms of the music, 4 8 are all going to get 2 45-minute sessions a week.
Ralston does well and the other schools not so well.
Okay. So to clarify, so today, Ralston, Sandpiper, and Nesbit get what? And then what exactly are we adding?
So Assistant Superintendent Hu, clarify if I misspeak.
Yeah.
Currently, 6, 7, and 8 at Sandpiper and Nesbit get 1 session per week. That will move to 2 sessions per week under the new model. Is that correct?
Yes. Right now, Sandpiper and Nesbit each get 1 class a week at 45 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to double what they're
They're
getting.
going to double.
Correct.
And
then
there's a string class and a band class, right? So they go from 2 classes to 4 classes. But yes, students get students are going from 1 session to 2 at Sandpiper and Nesbit. At 4th and 5th grade across all of the elementaries, including Sandpiper and Nesbit, they are going from 1 30-minute class to 2 45-minute class. Ralston is not getting anything this year from this money because they have a robust program with hundreds of students participating. Yeah.
Yep.
6 through 8, didn't clarify.
I'm sorry.
This is actually not a public meeting, a meeting in public. And commentary from the audience is not appreciated.
Okay, and of course, going to the TK through 5. Only so many minutes in school day. If we're adding more time for music, that means we must be taking other time away from other things. So what are those trade-offs?
Yeah, I mean, it is 1 30-minute music class. Right now, PTAs are giving each group in TK2 their myriad music class, I want to say, is 30 minutes, and it's 8 to 12 sessions. I don't have the exact details on those because I don't fund those. So yes, we are going to be losing a little bit of time, but it does give the teacher, because it's a credentialed teacher now, while we're not, it's not written into the contract. It does provide the teacher 30 minutes once a week to prep. We can look at the schedule differently. We can try and make it such that we assign 2 teachers to a school, and therefore there could maybe be some common prep, but ultimately the plan is for the TK2 teachers to have 30 minutes on their own while the credentialed teacher teaches music in the classroom. Teacher is released for a bit. So they do lose some instructional time, but they're gaining something. They're losing instructional time with their classroom teacher, but they're gaining music instruction and music skills. which are part of the VAPA standards. There are VAPA standards in all grade levels that are currently addressed at varying levels because we don't have credentialed teachers doing them.
Okay, thank you for that. And the last question I had was, once we have these additional time allocated to the music programs, how is that time, who defines what is going to fill that time, like the curriculum programs and everything for those for that extra time? Is it just going to double up on the same, or who decides that essentially?
That's going to be a collaborative effort between me and the newly hired music teachers. Our music teachers right now define their curriculum.
Okay.
There isn't an adopted curriculum. They are the content area experts. So they use their standards to create their curriculum, and I buy them resources and materials that they need. I would imagine something similar in general music, TK3, TK5.
All right, thank you for the clarifications and the answers.
Thank you, trustee Linebaugh. Trustee Bruno.
Yeah. Maybe I don't know if it's a simple question or not. Is it the stance, like the direction we're kind of being recommended is due to the belief that the greatest need is at TK through 5, or it's like the easiest or like most kind of sanitary solution with the money?
It's a little A, little B. I don't know that there's really a need. I think if we look at our existing programs, as Dan will say, we are providing really strong programs head and shoulders above our local community, our local neighbors.
Yeah.
We do have an opportunity with additional dollars. We have a requirement and an expectation that we spend the dollars on our students.
Yeah.
So in analyzing what the community has asked for and hearing from stakeholders, it's clear that music is the priority for us. And so the best thing to do is to create an articulated program so that we have a sustainable program going forward.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the recommendation for starting low is. Let's build the base. Let's give the skills. Let's be able to give kids options and true exposure all the way through.
Yeah.
And then that'll shift, right? As the kids and their skills and interests shift.
Yep.
This reviewing of what we do with Prop $28 can also shift. This is not a one-time decision in perpetuity.
Yep.
This is let's get this going until we can start evaluating.
Yeah.
If we don't do anything with it, there's no evaluation of is it going well or not.
Perfectly into my next question. So as we talk about like you mentioned the word kind of priorities or expectations, kind of like specifically for I'm sneakily talking about middle school, but in general, we're talking about music. So like when you say all TK through 5 will get this bump, when I think across district and like our desires for the future, TK through 5 will get a robust program that'll meet the needs and create interest and be sustainable, right? But as we think across
in 2 years' time, create a situation in which all TK8 schools.
There we go. So perfect. Again, thank you. So all TK8 schools, but in the sense that like our middle schoolers, with Ralston having a strong, robust program, is it the intention of the district at this point, because like the committee no longer has a say in 3 years, to have the music that the 6 through 8 is receiving as they've grown with their interests from 5th grade up to be comparable to Ralston, or just kind of as strong as it can be in this time that we have? And like we're still, I mean, we're making a plan right now with this money we have right now. But if we're talking about 3 years from now, as we adjust our priorities, maybe even tweaking schedules if needed based on interest, is the goal, like what's the ambition for Nesbitt Sandpiper relative to Ralston in this growth?
I think the ambition is to be able to create enough interest amongst our students to warrant increased investment. It's it's a little bit of a chicken and egg argument, right? Like Yakira was sharing the numbers of who's enrolled, and it is absolutely partially due to the structure. You have to make a choice, and it's not part of your regular day, and that's less desirable. I have spoken to the community, the committee, and Lucas shared too. He busted his butt to come up with different options to fit it in a way that didn't feel like it was different, to offer it at different times during the day. And I think part of the reason there isn't the strong interest is because we don't they're not coming from a place of I've had music all of my way through for the first 6 years of school, right? When something is part of your weekly plan, we just do math. We just do English. We just do science. That is normal. I think what we're trying to get to is arts are normal. It's part of my day. So I'm going to ask for it and I'm going to demand it. I'm going to want it. And we, in response, provide it. But it's really hard to say, let's hire another FTE for each of the school sites so we can honor it when there's 3 to 5 kids, that we have a fiscal responsibility to utilize our dollars for the community too. So my personal goal is to grow enough such that we can offer more. I don't think realistically we're ever going to have something comparable at Sandpiper and Nesbit to Ralston, because we're talking 180 kids to 1,200 kids.
I think we're on the same page, and I think I just need to like hear it. So TK through 5 gets this boost. 6 through 8 it'll be kind of optional and as possible, admitting that it's difficult and not desirable in like how we would fix it. But in 5 years per se, our priorities might change where we would put more brain power towards figuring out what makes that make sense.
Yeah.
Is that literally so?
I mean,
I'm allowing myself to say what we're building right now will address the complete need, actually TK through 8 across the entire district.
I think that is the goal, to build the population so that we can watch and adjust how we respond to our community. Yes, building a complete program at all of our sites is really what we would like to do.
Okay. All right, and then point of clarity from way back, we're not voting, but you are hiring. And honestly, I guess whether it's A, B, or C, which I think we're leaning, or we're talking about A, and then we just need music teachers and putting it out there is important. No matter which direction we go, actually, right? Is that fair to say? So it's like not even like, you would need to do it no matter what we elected. Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Bruno. Any additional comments or questions? So again, and I may be the source of some of the confusion, because I may have said the wrong thing, but yes, this is not an action item for the board. This is just an information item. If we're happy with this, if we don't have any other instructions, then we just move forward.
Yeah, certainly it's an informational item from our perspective. Certainly if the board chooses to provide a different direction, we need to hear that.
I guess the confusion on my behalf is when we're making a fiduciary decision like this, why not ask for an action item and have us support formally?
It's on for, if you want us to bring it back next month for a formal action, we can absolutely do that if that would be the board's wish.
You're insinuating that we couldn't move on this tonight, that we would have to wait until next meeting?
No.
Is that a disadvantage in terms of hiring?
No, we are, the administration is providing a direction. Just like when we have a vacancy, we hire for that vacancy and then we bring that to the board for ratification. Right now, we're presenting our course forward for the hiring of additional folks. Really out of this committee, the direction could have been hire art teachers versus hire music teachers, right? So from our perspective at this time, we are fully aligned with hiring music teachers. And that's how we are planning to move forward. If I hear hesitation that that's not the direction the board wants to go, then we will need to come back and look at a different course.
The question for me is not a objection to what you intend to do, but a process question. And the process question, I'm confused why we're not just making this an action item and supporting you with a formal vote.
We put it on as, I would say take action on it if we could, but we can't at this point because it was agendized as information. From a logistics perspective, I think by affirming our direction, you are providing us what we need to move forward. And I feel like you've done that.
Potentially an option for the board is just to provide guidance.
Yeah.
Or is move forward or not.
It's basically a vote. It's just odd.
It is, yeah, I agree.
Could we provide guidance now? And that would allow Superintendent DeGuara to post positions. And then I see what Trustee Howard is saying for fiduciary responsibility, that we do put it as an action item for next month. But if we're thinking we would need to give Superintendent DeGuara guidance now of, would we be interested in taking action on option A? Or do we need more information?
And if it's gonna, my personal perspective is if it's gonna slow us down in terms of the hiring process and put us behind the eight while we move forward. I don't hear anything that dissuades me from option A, and I don't want to get bogged down in process exactly. It's just different from our typical approach, but I'm willing to acquiesce that point and just hustle up and get it done. Agreed.
And any thoughts?
On, no, I think it's clear.
I think we can move on.
Okay, that's what I need. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just voted.
Thank you. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Hu. Thank you again to all of the members of the committee. Yeah, and then we're going to item number 13. Educational services, BRSSD.
President Northrop, would it be opportune time for a quick break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
I move to move.
I now call us back from recess at 9:24 p.m. And now we're moving on to item number 13, educational services, BRSSD, social emotional learning, and English language learner update. And for this, we will have Kristen Sevilla, educational services coordinator, and Ching Pei, who assistant superintendent of educational services. And Kristen, please, could you tell me how to pronounce your last name?
There's many ways. I say Sevilla.
Sevilla. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we are back. Kristen and I are going to tag team this. Kristen is technically in charge of all things English learner, but as a joint department, we do things together. So what we're going to work through tonight is we're going to give you a bit of an update on all of our work around English learners. I'm going to talk to you about, very briefly, about our English learner achievement data, talk about our RFEP criteria and the services and supports we offer. And then I'm going to hand it over to Kristen to talk to you more in depth about the social emotional learning. These are two big bucket items that are kind of content focused. So we just wanted to make sure you hear from all of our departments since you got the special programs update last month. So starting with our EL achievement data, this is a very just brief snapshot. On the left side of the screen, you will see how our English learners did on the 22-23 Smarter Balance Assessment. You'll see that 27% met or exceeded standard for ELA and 31% met or exceeded standard in math. These are all students who have been English learners for 12 months or more. Anybody who's been here in the United States for less than 12 months automatically is exempted from the English learner assessment. And on the right-hand side, what you see is the English learner performance for the state of California. On average, throughout the entire state of California, just shy of 11% met or exceeded standards for ELA and just shy of 10% met or exceeded standards for math. So yes, we realize that there is between a 45 and 50 point difference between how our English learners are performing on the assessment as compared to our overall population. But I do want to point out that our language learners are still achieving at 3x the state average. We do also have two pieces of information for you up on the slide that I think are important to note. We do redesignate our students fairly quickly. So when we look at our RFEPs, when we look at our English learners, for the most part, these are kids who are relatively new to learning English. We have a handful of long-term English learners, and when we look at the data, the vast majority of our LTELs are students that we have inherited when they were already in LTEL. They are not the long-term English learner who was with us. We do have a few that were ours from the get-go. But for the most part, our English learners, our ever ELs, get redesignated at a fairly high rate. So their scores are actually populating into the all student population. And when we've done disaggregation data before, our RFEP students actually outperform the overall population. So in 22-23, we redesignated 64 students as RFEP, which is reclassified fluent English proficient. And in 23-24, these are our current live numbers for the school year, so they're not reported out at Ed Data or anywhere yet. We have already redesignated 74 students based off of our starting population. That's 21% reclassification rate.
Can I ask clarification on the last slide? You said the left set of graphs was our district and the right pair are California State?
Yes, left is us, right is state of California.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, our ELs perform lower than our overall population. Yes, our ELs perform at 3x the rate of the state of California. And when we look at our RFEP students, our students who were at one point EL and redesignated, they outperform our monolingual and our overall population. So we know that our kids that are RFEP, these 64 and 22-23, and the 74 that we did this year, will continue to do just fine based off of past practice.
RFEP is reclassified fluent English proficient. It's better than fine.
So you'll remember as a board, you approved 2 updates to our reclassification criteria this year. Once happened in January at the meeting, and once I think happened in November. We have adjusted for our new screening assessments. In November, we adjusted just for the 8th grade based off of the work that we've been doing with Sequoia Union High School District. And then in January, we made sure the whole criteria were correct. So there's a screenshot right there. But ultimately what we did was we replaced all of the F&P Fountas and Patel requirements with the new FastBridge screening requirements. We have reviewed this with our reading/ELD specialists. We have looked at our data to make sure that this is a kind of an accurate portrayal of who is fluent in English. And we've worked really closely with the other districts that feed into Sequoia Union High School District. What we as elementary districts across the board have done for many years is conflate being English proficient and being at grade level. And what we wanted to do was separate the two metrics. We want to make sure that we honor the LPAC, which is highly rigorous. And if a child scores a 4, which means that they're at the highest proficiency level on the LPAC, we know that that's not a fluke. It wasn't just random guessing or I had a good day. To score a 4 on the English Language Proficiency Assessments of California, the LPAC, the child truly is demonstrating like fluent English proficiency. So we don't want to hold them back so long as they're continuing to make progress in English language arts and showing that they are growing. We are not requiring kids to be at exactly grade level, which was what our old criteria did, which does actually contribute to kids being tagged English learners longer than they need to be, and conflates the two as the same, and they're not. And it provides either a crutch or an excuse, but what we really want to do is help our teachers understand who's an English learner who needs really explicit support in developing language skills and sentence frames, and who, regardless of English learning status, is having difficulty grasping content and utilizing language in an academic setting. When we put the two together, oftentimes, and it's not anyone's fault, it just is human nature. Oftentimes we want to say, oh, the child is learning English. Let's give them more time to acquire the skills. They need more in terms of language before we can expect them to be catching up on English language arts. And we may not be giving the explicit interventions that are needed because we're relying on the low scores. We're attributing the low scores to English learner status. So that's why we changed our RFEP criteria to separate the two. We feel really good about the decision. One, because this is a collaborative decision with all of the feeder districts in our area, but also we have the ability now that we have FastBridge data to really identify the instructional gaps. And it won't matter if a child is English learner or not. We'll know exactly, we do know exactly where the holes are. And now our focus is on building up the specific instructional strategies to support students. And then for supporting our students, what we offer across the district is structured English immersion in the classroom. We have been slowly building up our GLAD trained staff. GLAD stands for Guided Language Acquisition by Design. We have all of our specialists going through certification right now. We had 15 teachers trained over the summer. And then last year we offered GLAD kind of orientation training to all of our teachers in the September Learning Day, and 2 of our school sites offered continual professional development. That is something to help build the integrated experience of really good language acquisition strategies within the classroom, because good teaching strategies are good for all learners, whether you're designated or not. I think all of our kids, I mean, you've probably heard Kristen say this before, all of our kids at the young level are language learners. They're all learning how to use academic language. They're all learning how to communicate effectively. And then we do have designated supports from our reading specialists who provide pull-out sessions for our beginning LPAC proficient students. We purchased Words Their Way specifically to help teach word patterns and vocabulary development for our reading specialists to use in the primary grades. And a few years back, we purchased iLit, which is another curriculum that's available online that and their hardback books too. It provides really high interest but low decodability books for our upper graders who are coming in with really low English language proficiency, so that they don't look like they're holding a book like we're used to seeing a kindergartner or first grader reading, but it looks like something that is age appropriate. And then when you open up the book, the text is decodable in a way that we can help them build decoding and reading skills as well as vocabulary. We are seeing a trend with an increasing need for support for really, really beginner English learners. And that's something that Kristen and I work with our specialists all the time about. Sabrina is also seeing it in trends at her school, and we're talking about how we're scheduling classes next year to support our students. But we are definitely, as a district, seeing more students come to us that have far less English skills than we're accustomed to. And it's just a new learning for us. That's a snapshot of English learners. And I'm going to stop sharing because Kirsten's going to take over for Kristen.
All right. Good job. Kristen. Hello. So nice to be here with all of you guys, especially when I get to speak to you about SEL and what we've been doing for the past year. I've been in this position for 5 years, and for 5 years, I have been really waiting for all the conditions to be perfect to be able to tell you what we've been doing so far. Really looking at social emotional learning and counseling as a system. And it started this time last year as we were developing our district initiatives. And it was very clear that belonging and inclusion was, right away, it floated to the top as an importance to our community. And so as a counseling team, we started looking at how do a team of counselors support students. And we looked at it from a tiered perspective. So we started with looking at the bucket of truly social emotional learning and what ways do our counselors support that. And you can see the tiers that we built out. So tier 1 is really that collaboration, consultation with teachers, with parents, with principals, getting in there, doing the classroom lessons, but not being the only ones in there to be doing the SEL lessons, but coming in and doing targeted universal lessons, running clubs, recess and lunchtime activities. Moving on to the tier 2, which is traditionally how we know counselors support students with a small group, restorative circles, individualized short-term check-ins. And then last but not least, that tier 3, really thinking about how do they function within that tier. And that's where their collaboration and their partnership with our MFTs really comes into play, and how they can go deeper with individual counseling, but really the role that they play when we have students who are showing that they have suicidal ideation or may have suicidal ideation, and coming in and doing those assessments and coming up with safety plans. And really getting families in contact with our community agencies. But it's not just in the social emotional world. Can you advance that? It's not liking me. Are you on? Oh,
I think you just need to click on the
no,
slide
I'm
presentation.
Voice command.
There we go. There we go.
Where's AI when you?
So one area that we really spent a lot of time talking about and thinking deeply about is how do counselors support behavior? Because emotion and behavior go hand in hand. When we have students who are dysregulated, their emotion is an unmet need is what you're seeing in the form of the behavior. And so they really were very thoughtful and intentional in thinking how they support behavior at each of the tiers. And the tier 1, like really also thinking about where they come in with PBIS. Because PBIS is a framework. We have our behavioral analysts and our BTAs who also support that work, but they do it in conjunction with our counselors too. This year, I think one of the most exciting things that we've done is we've joined the American School Counselor Association implementation workshop at the San Mateo County Office of Ed. It's a 2-year program, and it's led by an ASCA certified trainer. And what we're doing is over the course of the year, as a counseling team, we're going 3 times this year, 3 times next year to learn about the ASCA model and also to go through and do the work to be recognized as an ASCA model school. And that's RAMP, if you ever hear a school saying that they're RAMP. And what we do is we start with really looking at roles and responsibilities. making sure that our counselors' time is used primarily for direct and indirect services. We came up with a vision statement this year as a district-wide counseling team. So the BRSSD counseling department nurtures the whole child, where students develop into well-rounded individuals who embody the spirit of responsible critical thinkers and global citizens. They will passionately champion the values of belonging, inclusion, and empathy through continuous collaborative community engagement and boundless creativity. And so this was our vision as a group, as a team. But one of the activities that the counselors engaged in is this annual calendar. Can you click on that, please? And when you look at this, this is from Anisha Ramani. She is the counselor over at Sandpiper. And what you can see here is that the calendar is getting them to think about their ongoing services throughout the year under those buckets of direct and indirect student services, and then program planning. And then they go through with each month. And so she's looked back now and has gone through and said, what I've done in August, that is delivering the direct and indirect student services. And each month you can see her pathway through supporting students at Sandpiper. It's really impressive. It's created a really great conversation as a counseling team, because now it started that conversation about like, well, what do we want to do as a whole district counseling team that we do at every site, and then we can work together in figuring out how to implement it at the district level. And so you can keep going down? Go to, what month was it? So even if you look at February, this is a great example of all the different work that she's doing within the different tiers. So that Kid Talk round 2, she's coming to the table with the intervention team to help consult and collaborate with the teachers to figure out where she fits in with some of these students that the teachers are having concerns. And so this is very exciting work for us. And what it's led to is, now you can go back to the slides, is it's led to us really thinking about where do we want to go next year. We've built out our tiers. We're coming together as a counseling team to really ensure that we are aligned with ASCA and that we are creating and implementing a school counseling program that is aligned with the gold standard. And what we've come up with is we want to spend the rest of the year thinking about how we can spend our time next year when we come together monthly for our counseling teams to look at that as professional development time. And so right now we're going to meet at the end of the month. Right now they're gathering their ideas, and we're going to come together and we're going to start to sift through what it is, like what is our focus going to be next year as a counseling team, and in what ways we're going to work together. There's been a lot of talk about data. Data is it's hard to quantify the impact of social emotional learning sometimes because of what it's conflated with. It's not like math, it's not like writing, where it's very concrete and you can really see it. And so they really want to look into like, how can we get better at data to help drive our work. We've also been talking about how the adults are the through line to the students when we want to talk about being models of social emotional health and wealth. And some things that are in the pipeline right now is we have an amazing parent in our community, Lily Pan, who is a mindfulness teacher certified by the UC Berkeley Greater Good Science Center. And she is providing for any employee in BRSSD a 4-part series this spring on mindfulness. And it's not about how can you learn mindfulness so you can go use it when you work with kids. It's about how can you incorporate mindfulness into your own wellness routine as a way to keep yourself grounded and to really just help yourself be whole as you work with students and colleagues and families. And then the Sequoia Healthcare District, as wellness coordinators within our healthcare district, we come together often, and our director there, Ann Walston, has really heard us say how difficult it is to meet the needs of employee wellness as a school district. It seems very individual. We're not like the big tech companies who can, you know, have chefs and spin classes available at any time. So what they are funding and offering to our employees is a 10-week series on integrative wellness. And in that series, they're going to talk about mindfulness. They're going to really get into these deep practices in which hopefully to be like transformational for our educators and our staff to help them take care of themselves first. It's completely funded by the Sequoia Healthcare District, and participants will also be able to purchase credits too, which is pretty awesome. So that's coming in the fall. And we cannot forget our parents. This year, I was able to launch a parents education series. And again, going with that theme as adults, we need to figure out how these things show up in ourselves if we're going to help children and our children. And in the middle is the quote that is anchoring me within my work as a wellness coordinator. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. And as you can see, like the person in the middle trying to make sure that we don't go straight from stimulus to response. And when we do that, that we can link to dysregulation, right? And on the right, you have the emotion wheel, getting people to understand that we have primary emotions, but as we dig deep into them, we find out like how they show up in ourselves. And on the left is my mantra for parenting personally, is that whole idea of like, what can I control and what can't I control? And this was the building blocks for our first series, or our first session back in January and February, or February and March. It's all blending into one. But we also got into this idea that your emotions have a physiological presence in your body. And when you feel something deeply, and when you're triggered or dysregulated, that there are these very primal responses in our body because we are sensing that we are unsafe. And so we go into these different modes of fight and flight and freeze. And we talked about this as parents and how do we know when we're in that situation? And on the right, you can see these heat maps of where people feel it in their body. And on the upper left on the top, that's anger. And if you notice, the hands are bright yellow. And what is a common way? Like if talk about having no space between stimulus and response when you're angry. And so these were the conversations that we were having with parents as a way to rethink how we engage with our children when they're dysregulated. We're going to have our second session at the end of this month, and we're going to focus on that whole idea of rupture and repair, because we're not always going to be that beacon of wisdom and calmness for our children, and we're going to engage with them sometimes. And so this next session is going to focus on empowered conversations, like how do you engage in that conversation with your child or even with another loved one when you've had that rupture. Oh, and that's that. Questions? We're to the end.
Thank you, Ms. Sevilla. Thank you. Wonderful presentation, and thank you, Ms. Hu, as well. In the interest of time, maybe if we could all only have one or fewer things to say, that'd be great.
The chart. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to go back to the heat map.
Everybody can describe where they are on the heat map right now. Yes.
3 minutes each. Questions and answers.
Yes. Any questions, or we can also say thank you very much to Ms. Sevilla and Ms. Hu. Yes, trustee Cost.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Parent education series is absolutely amazing. We appreciate it. It's exactly kind of like what's needed, parents need the care too, right?
Yep.
So thank you. Would you say though that in general with finally, I understand tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Where do you think as a district in generalities, as a percentage, is it mostly tier 1, like tier 2 and then tier 3 is at the tail end, or do you see any shifting, or where do you think our kids kind of fall, because that's going to direct where you put your attention, right?
Yes and no, because if I can go back to, the slides to the one with the top, sorry, I can't formulate. Okay.
In slideshow mode.
Yeah, put it in slide. All right, if we can go back to here and look at that triangle, if you notice the tier 1, no matter if you're a student who has needs at tier 2 or tier 3, you're still getting tier 1.
Okay.
So it's not like, okay, you're gonna get tier 1 only, and you're gonna get tier 2 only. Tier 1 is for everybody.
That's the universal.
That's the universal,
okay.
Because it's that whole idea of let's lay the foundation for everybody. And then if I'm a child who's having a lot of problems with friendships, like lots and lots of problems with friendships, it doesn't mean I don't engage in those universal lessons that my teacher is teaching on a weekly basis. But what it means is that's when the counselor comes in and says, you know what, let's go a little bit deeper on friendship skills.
Got it.
And that's where that comes in. And then the intensive part is where that's really where our mental health therapists come in, because the tier 3, when we look at it as a mental health model, is our students who have IEPs that have service minutes for mental health.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Trustee Howard?
So as a district, I think Mr. Koss insinuated one way of looking at this through the lens of the student. And the other is the lens of the culture of the district in the various sites. And we had a conversation around schools that are operating well in MTSS tier 1 and others that are on the tier 2 levels of support. How do we move from expertise in one level of support to expertise in another level of support? And is it a matter of the educators and staff as a whole understanding what tier 1 looks like? Is if a school is not quite there, how do we move them there? What is our process?
So, I mean, it was very intentional that we started out the school year with training on our new SEL curriculum, because we wanted to make sure that everybody had that level of support, because that is the starting place for teaching explicit SEL, right, within the classroom. Through that process, and what I've learned is that some adults feel uncomfortable teaching SEL for a whole host of reasons. I think we could even go back to, like I wasn't raised in a family where nobody cared about my feelings as a kid. And now I'm supposed to be showing this level of nurturing and support to this child and have this connection. And so, you go about it a different way than you would with the other subject matters. And so that's why I've been trying to find the different entry points for employee wellness, because all of the models show you, like you go to Castle, you go to the whole child model, all of those have a piece in there. How are the adults doing? And so that's one layer of it, is making sure that we are providing opportunities for our staff to engage in their own wellness journey, really, to the extent that we can. And we're focusing on mindfulness. I'll be honest with you, I was not a fan of mindfulness for a very long time. It took me a really long time to get into a place where, especially on a Zoom, when someone would be like, let's do some mindfulness, I wouldn't just turn it off and like answer emails. That was horrible. But I've gotten to a place where I've engaged in it, and I've started to feel my own benefit from it and notice how it helps me engage with others. So to get back to your question, I think that yes, some sites are going to be better than others, but I'll tell you, when I go onto our dashboard for our curriculum and I look at how teachers are accessing the curriculum, they're getting in there, they're using it. And that's just step one in this journey of everyone coming together. It's not a silo. It works very well with PBIS and having our counselors be part of the PBIS. And some of our counselors are like Danielle Kim. She's amazing at creating themes every month, and that's her focus as she comes in for the school. So it's there, and you have to keep pushing through, and you have to keep providing opportunities for the adults to engage in the development of the work. And it's not just about the curriculum. And it's also like, we have a great group of principals who are really invested in building a positive climate at school through PBIS, through SEL. So I don't know if I really answered your question, but it's a process, and it's a constant reflection of where did we come from, where are we at, where do we want to go?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Sort of circles, who's involved in them?
Typically it's our counselors who are the ones who facilitate those. I know years ago as a district, we had some at the site levels. I think this was like over 5 years ago, we had some people come out from the county office and do some trainings, but what we're seeing now is mostly our counselors.
And then in response to something, they're not like a regular practice, they're done as.
It depends. It can be both. So sometimes a teacher will ask the support of a counselor because there's a class issue that keeps arising, and they'll ask the counselor to come in. And I think a lot of the times they call it either a class meeting or community circle. They don't always call it a restorative circle. But I know that the principals really do look to the counselors when there is kind of big flare-ups between students to provide that support if both students are willing to engage in the process.
Cool. And I see the words Wayfinder, but people still like Wayfinder. Yeah,
I've gotten great feedback from people saying how easy it is. The kids really enjoy it. And even within our county, I keep hearing more and more of districts who are turning to Wayfinder because it feels very authentic in helping the adults build the relationships with the children and facilitate the children building relationships with each other.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shikpe, I have a couple questions for you. Keep going back.
I'm here.
One is just I'm understanding our numbers. When I see 22, 23, there were 64 students in a center, so whatever, and 74. That doesn't actually mean 10 more. That could mean like some in that it's transition somewhere, whatever you said.
Redesignated. Redesignated.
Redesignated.
Oh, so
it doesn't mean 10 more, it could mean 30 more.
They're discrete students. The 64 students who were redesignated in 22-23 are now no longer counted as English learners.
So all 74 is new students.
Yeah, so then the new 74, so between last year and this year, we have redesignated 130, I don't know, is it 135 64, 74, 138 students.
Okay.
Yeah, so we usually start the year off with close to 400 to 420 English learners because we get in a whole new batch every year.
Yeah.
And we assess them and they become English learners and then we redesignate them. So we typically fluctuate depending on time of year between 320 and 400, and that's been our average for as long as I've been in this district.
Okay.
The total number is going up slightly every year. But that 20% is about an average rate. There was one year where we were a little higher because the year prior we were lower, but it balances out.
And then generally, as far as like sites, how is that allocated?
It is it's less disparate than you think it is.
That's what.
But we definitely have sites that are higher. Nesbit, Sandpiper, Redwood Shores have higher percentages of English learners than Fox, Central, or Ralston.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hu. Thank you, Ms. Sevilla. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna turn my camera off, but I'm still here.
Thank you, Kristen.
Next item is item number 14, second interim fiscal solvency report. We'll hear from Rui Bao, our chief business official. And this is an action item.
Action item, the main event of the evening, what everyone's been waiting for. Second interim fiscal solvency update. So you see the slide every time I do a budget, but where we are in the process is in March, which means at this point, we've had an opportunity to adjust our budget. We're looking at how much we're spending. We do have a first budget preview from the governor that came in January. So we're in the process of identifying potential expenses, such as any potential teachers we want to add. So this is kind of the time when we're lining up our expenses for the year. We'll get another state budget update in May. And a proposed budget for next year will come in front of the board in June. So it's the same slide, but from first interim, but really the main priority is to make sure that our spending plans are fiscally solvent for the current year as well as the next 2 years. Preview some anticipated changes, update the first interim to more accurately reflect projections for the year. So changes in assumptions, it's actually not big. The only change since first interim is that the statutory COLA, which was estimated at some point between 1% to 3%, has been announced at a 0.76%. You've always heard me say that we are right on the cusp of LCFF and community funded. This puts us pretty solidly in the community funded side of things. And as I've always said, being on the cusp means that we are insulated from downside. So flips us over, our property tax will continue to increase. And we are just very fortunate that this doesn't throw, the low COLA really doesn't throw a huge wrench in the plans that we have been making. So feeling really great about that. The first interim summary. So the top line here is minor changes since first interim for the current year. In first interim, we had a couple of the bigger changes, and that for the changes in second interim, it's mainly the cost driver around staffing shortages. So there's an increase, for example, in contracted services, which is what we turn to when we have staffing shortages. So that's the headline, but we are still doing well. Other funds, second interim summary. So aside from our general fund, we have 4 other funds, the cafeteria fund, and then 3 facilities fund. So the facilities fund generally, and across all of these, we are projecting a net negative revenue. For the facilities funds, this is kind of expected, right? The bond, you only get revenue once, and then you just spend it down till it's gone. And then the other 2, you kind of get small deposits over the years, and then you spend it on bigger projects. For the cafeteria fund, we are projecting a slight negative this year because of, we project a small contribution from the general fund, which is typical for those programs. And I think that's it. Any questions? We are anticipated to be fiscally solvent this year as well as the next year.
No crisis, right?
No crisis, no crisis. We are thankful for that.
Thank you, Chief Business Official Bao. Again, in the interest of time, maybe only one question or less from each board member.
Concede my time.
Sam concedes his time, so I'll take 3 questions. Can you go to, can you go to the cafeteria one?
Yeah.
What is the revenue for, so cafeteria is the food?
Correct.
Okay, so what's the revenue? The revenue is from the state to fund the
The
program?
revenue is the reimbursement for the meals we serve that are reimbursable. Yep.
Got it. And then the bond, the revenue is the interest from the bond that we have?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cost. Yes.
Quick one, since you mentioned the state revised budget coming up, have you heard anything, good news, bad news, potential so far?
You know, a lot of the attention is on the COLA right now, and how that impacts things. And so 0.76%, I think, is higher than some of your most pessimistic forecasts were saying, given the large budget shortfall, and lower than some of the more optimistic forecasts. I think if you had me guess a few months ago, I probably would have said 1%. So 0.76. So that's where a lot of the attention is at. And I think there is, for the districts that are not as fortunate as we are, and that does put them in a tricky situation, because remember, not only is your COLA when your COLA goes down and you're in declining enrollment, which most districts are, right? That's a double whammy right there. And so when you hear about a fiscal cliff, some of that is the expiring ESSER funding, and some of that is the fact that when you get the low COLA combined with the declining enrollment, that can really hit your budget for next year, and you're looking at maybe 10 to 15% cuts. So there's a lot of attention on what the state can do to support those districts, essentially.
We're insulated, which is.
We are insulated,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Yes, Dr. Howard.
I'm looking at slide 5. It looks like our predicted expenditures are roughly 2 million and change above what we had predicted in the approved budget, and then it's like our income is maybe a little bit less than what we had expected. That puts us in the negative. That's true. How long can we take that kind of negative, and what accounts for the negative?
Yeah, I will say that there's a bit of a higher buffer in there under services than I think we will end up using. So I think our actuals will come in lower than that. But we had actually always said that there may be a couple years of deficit spending because we were smoothing out the spending of our one-time grants over a few years. So those were all marked for a couple of years where we had surpluses and that we would be doing some deficit spending. So I'm not concerned at all right now about the deficit spending. We can definitely, at this level, we can do that for several years.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? I have no questions.
This is up for action.
Oh, this is up for action. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approves the second interim fiscal solvency report for 2023-2024 and certifies that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District will be able to meet its financial obligations through June 30th, 2026. As presented. So this is an action item. So can I get a motion to approve the second interim fiscal solvency report?
So moved.
Can I get a second? Okay, all in favor of approving the second interim fiscal solvency report and certifying that the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District will be able to meet its financial obligations through June 30th, 2026, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, passes unanimously. Future board meeting agenda items. I think we can I'll look at that.
I'll just mention, I think the biggest piece is our April 15th board retreat, which will be doing some facilities master planning. Our architect will be joining us. I will just say Rui and I have had some really exciting conversations with them because it's pushing us to think outside of the box, and we're looking at what might be in the future, and that's a pretty exciting place to be. So I anticipate some good and fun work during that, and then normal stuff for the future.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent DeGuara. Any suggestions for additional items for future board meeting agenda items? And again, we could handle that at another time. Yes, Stellenbach.
Yeah, will we be getting a enrollment update before school year end? Something we usually do.
Yeah, so I've been providing them via board update as they've been changing.
Okay.
I can continue to do that, or we can bring it here as well.
Maybe that's fine, yeah.
Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on to item number 16. I don't believe we need to convene to the closed session. So can I get a motion to adjourn? Or I'll just do it. This meeting is adjourned at 10:10 p.m.
It wasn't quite as strong as the. Yeah.
Right. So totally.